Chapter 956. P.S. Thank you to Zhang Xiaozhong, Insta-Killing Todo, Wangit, and NXCX for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX and Nickfinney for their tips. Since he had obtained the 2-star mage certification, Ito-sei naturally wouldn't waste his authority. The next morning, after messing around with Ingrid for the whole morning, he directly rushed to Merlin University's library and used his authority to look at the confidential information of 3-star mages. In other words, only S-rank experts could access it. However, Sei Ito clearly overestimated the authority of the badge in his hand. After he entered the exclusive area that only 3-star mages could access, he discovered that the 2-star mage's authority couldn't allow him to read all the information available to 3-star mages. He could only browse some very basic or vague theoretical knowledge and couldn't read the magic knowledge that he was looking forward to. It seems that the higher-ups of the demonic realm have made some precautions in this regard in order to prevent the mages from going too far. Sei Ito thought to himself as he returned to the original reading area and started copying the information again. However, the 2-star mage certification wasn't without its benefits. At least, if Sei Ito wanted to obtain some resources that were specifically controlled by the Magic Association, he would have a much greater chance of obtaining them. At the same time, it would be much more convenient for him to look for new theories and patents in the association. Just like that, Ito-sei's life returned to his home in Aquino City, copying books in the Great Merlin Library in Magic Realm, and studying magic in Ingrid's apartment. These 3 things formed a straight line. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed in this regular lifestyle. It was now May, and it was already summer. During this period, Sei Ito didn't know if it was because of the 2-star mage certification or some other reason, but during this period of time, the church's troops didn't break into the magic realm to attack him. There were also secret mages that came to ambush him like last time. This made Sei Ito feel very comfortable for more than a month. On this night, Sei Ito, who was meditating in a shrine in Aquino City, suddenly frowned and opened his eyes. It's finally here, Sei Ito thought to himself. Immediately, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared from the room. The next moment, he appeared at the edge of Tokyo Bay. Then, he flew over the Japanese sea not far away. He plunged into the sea. It hovered over 100 meters below the surface of the sea. After roughly observing the water flow in the ocean, the changes in the clouds and the sky, the circulation trajectory of the underwater chi channels, the stars in the sky, and the time and space at this very moment, and many other external factors, he used the Chimin Duinjia, magic formations, magic traps, yin-yang technique, and other techniques he mastered in his mind to set up in the ocean. In an instant, a large amount of energy radiance flickered in the pitch-black seawater that shrouded the night sky, transforming into one dangerous offensive-defensive array after another. Sei Ito was in the center of 100 meters. It turned this place into an extremely dangerous place. After a long while, after setting up the array one by one, Sei Ito crossed his legs and once again assumed the 5 centers facing the sky cultivation posture in the sea. At the same time, he unfolded his spiritual domain that was close to materializing. It stuck to the surface of his body like a layer of special skin. As he adjusted his breathing, he once again entered the mysterious state of emptiness, awakening the innate spiritual consciousness that was hibernating in an unknown part of his body. Accompanied by the awakening of the innate spiritual consciousness that was still like a basic embryo, Sei Ito's aura immediately changed. The sudden burst of invisible aura immediately stirred the seawater around him, turning the area around Sei Ito into a dangerous place with turbulent currents. Then, the spiritual domain that was originally stuck to the surface of Sei Ito's body began to expand outwards. It expanded outwards to the limit, as if it didn't care about consumption at all. Not long after, it expanded to the limit that Sei Ito's spiritual power could support, enveloping an area of 1,500 meters with him as the center. The heavy pressure of the seawater, the pull of the Earth's gravity, and the countless information that was suddenly transmitted into his mind from the spiritual domain immediately caused a fine layer of sweat to appear on Sei Ito's smooth forehead. Fortunately, he was currently in the state of innate spiritual consciousness. Whether it was the speed of processing information or the decisiveness of the situation, he was very calm and decisive. He immediately destroyed the useless information and focused on dealing with the spiritual domain. Under the control of the innate spiritual consciousness, Sei Ito's spiritual domain began to emit waves of mysterious aura from the inside, transforming the nature of the entire spiritual domain, evolving it into the law domain that only a rank S person could possess. That's right. After comprehending and cultivating for more than half a year in the main world, Sei Ito finally completed the correction and connection of the law power that he had comprehended when he devoured the world with the law power of the main world, officially advancing into the rank S domain. In fact, if Sei Ito had focused on comprehending a law like an ordinary person, he would have been able to smoothly step into rank S as early as the time after he devoured the Luxia's world. Unfortunately, what made people envious was that he was not an ordinary person. Whether it was the way he started or the system of cultivation, they were far different from any existing power inheritance system in the main world. It was a special path that was unique to him and could only be explored by him alone. Therefore, from the beginning, he was destined to be different from others in terms of breakthroughs in certain stages. That was why it took him until now to accumulate enough conditions to transform himself, completing the transition to the peak of human and inhuman stage. However, the benefits of this situation were also obvious. As long as he broke through, he would smoothly cross the most unstable and long S level and directly reach rank S or even S plus level. He would also obtain a domain and law power that far exceeded that of an ordinary rank S expert, reaching the extreme point of being invincible among those of the same level. At this time, with the continuous transformation of the mysterious aura, Sei Ito's spiritual domain began to gradually shrink. At the same time, a mysterious feeling that was clearly different from before spread out from the slowly shrinking spiritual domain. It was as if the inside and outside of the spiritual domain were gradually becoming two different worlds, making people feel very strange. However, as this feeling appeared, in the sky directly above Sei Ito's sea region, a strange black cloud suddenly appeared. A layer of dark clouds that exuded an indescribable aura began to appear. The lightning within the clouds grew larger and larger, gradually descending toward the surface of the sea. This was the difficulty that most rank S experts who took the path of domain had to go through, the tempering of the tribulation lightning. The reason rank S was that the domain at this stage was clearly different from rank A's. The domain at this stage was expanded by one's own energy and spiritual force, as if it was a paradise that was completely suitable for one's body. It was a materialized existence. However, because it was a materialized domain, when it was displayed, it was as if a piece of flesh was dug out from the body of the world itself. For a child who was born in this world, who grew up in this world, who was basically born in this world, to suddenly dig out a large piece of his mother's flesh, it was an act of treason. Logically speaking, it should be an extreme punishment. However, a mother's nature was innately benevolent. Unless that person was really wicked beyond redemption, they would still leave a chance for the child to live. It would still leave a chance for its child to survive. This was the tribulation lightning. As long as the person who broke through withstood the tempering of the tribulation lightning, which was both a test and a punishment, the world would forgive his mistake and recognize his position. It would also allocate a small space for him to use, as if he was a feudal lord. As for how he would modify this piece of land when the time came, however, it was not a matter that he cared too much about. Under the sea, Sei Ito's domain transformation was still proceeding smoothly. Oh my, it seems that another little fellow worth paying attention to has been born in this land. In the capital, in the old site of the imperial palace. A beautiful young woman with a face as fair as a geisha, whose eyebrows were replaced by 2 red dots, and whose lips were painted red, and who was dressed in a bright kimono, leaned on a large golden wooden chair and muttered softly as she looked at the Tokyo Bay where the tribulation cloud was located with great interest. She muttered softly, "That's right, that's 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 right. Lord QB, do you need me to send someone to investigate?" At the bottom of the jade stairs, a monster with a sharp mouth and a fox face stood upright and asked respectfully, "No need. When it's time to see him, he will naturally see him." QB looked at the fox monster with a pair of red eyes that flickered with a tyrannical aura from time to time. "Yes." The fox monster lowered his head and answered respectfully. After QB, in Kyoto, 2 old men in a mansion in the Tokyo Palace in Chiyoda District also looked up at Sei Ito's direction. Then, almost at the same time, the 2 figures flashed one after another and disappeared from their respective rooms. They rushed toward the Tokyo Bay at high speed. After the 2 of them, 5 more people rushed toward the Tokyo Bay from the directions of Hokkaido, IC, Tiantai Sect, and Jinyan Sect. The S-Class Masters moved very fast. In almost a few minutes, they appeared at the periphery of the tribulation clouds one after another. They did not show their auras and stood in the void like ordinary people, looking at the place where Sei Ito was. At this point, except for the S-Class Masters who might be hidden in Japan, the Masters of the Demon, Shinto, Buddhism, Ministry of Environment, and the royal family were all present. Hundreds of meters under the sea, Sei Ito, who was fully immersed in the breakthrough, did not know what was going on outside. However, before the breakthrough began, he had more or less expected it. As long as those guys were not afraid of being seriously injured by the thunder tribulation and then being taken advantage of by the possible enemies, there was no need to worry about them doing anything unwise. What's more, the offensive and defensive formations he had arranged in advance were not to be trifled with. Although they might not be able to do anything to these S-Class monsters, they would definitely provide him with enough time to smoothly escape from this place. As for the mental damage caused by the failure of the breakthrough, he could just find a random world cat and raise it for a year or so. It was not a big problem. Just like this, under the gaze of the 7 S-Class Masters, after several hours of transformation by Changda, when the sun was about to emerge from the sea, Ito Sei completed the transformation of his spiritual domain and evolved it into a domain. However, at this time, the spiritual domain that had originally expanded to a radius of 1,500 meters was only left with 600 or 700 meters. It had shrunk by more than half. Huff, now there's only the last step. Sei Ito, who replaced his innate spiritual sense with his innate spiritual sense, exhaled lightly and looked up at the cloud above the sea. Then his body stretched out and once again suspended in the sea. Then, Sei Ito's body suddenly rushed up, turned into a black shadow, and quickly passed through the 100-meter deep sea. With a splash sound, he broke through the sea's surface and then directly rushed into the tribulation cloud in the sky without stopping. Kacha-boom! At the moment when Ito Sei rushed into the tribulation cloud, a thunderclap fiercely exploded, illuminating this part of the sea. Is this guy looking for death? In the northern part of the sea, a middle-aged man wearing a dark brown traditional kimono and dark green pleated trousers with a somewhat gloomy expression said with a mocking expression, "Umitba." In the southwest part of the sea, a monk wearing a yellow and white kasaya, gently turning prayer beads in his hand. His face was peaceful, and one couldn't tell how old he was, but he was indeed very old. He closed his eyes and softly chanted the name of Buddha. Apart from these 2 people, although the other 3 people's faces were somewhat strange, they still didn't say anything. They just looked up at the tribulation cloud and quietly waited for Sei Ito's result. At this time, Sei Ito, who had rushed into the tribulation cloud resolutely, was suspended in the center of the tribulation cloud. His eyes were tightly closed, and his brows were tightly knitted together as he supported the domain he had just transformed. He received the thunder that came from all directions and received the thunder tribulations tempering of the domain. Boom, boom, boom. With each thunder, the domain outside, say, Ito's body trembled, and then some debris splashed out. While tempering the domain, it also compressed the domain's range. In less than a minute after rushing into the tribulation cloud, say Ito's domain's range had shrunk by another 100 meters. However, although the virtual domain had been upgraded to a physical domain, it was still supported by say Ito's mental strength. Therefore, while the domain was being tempered by the thunder tribulation, say Ito's pure mental strength was also being tempered by the thunder tribulation. Under this powerful tempering, say Ito's near-flawless mental strength, which had undergone the baptism of World C, the tempering of his state of mind, and the direct spiritual intercourse with Gaoqing Quanzi, was tempered by the strong tempering. The purity of his mental strength was even closer to the flawless state. At the same time, under the tempering of the thunder tribulation, say Ito's mental strength, which had been very difficult to improve by a large margin, suddenly increased. The mental strength crystal in his mind that had settled down in an unknown space changed again. It rapidly transformed from a half-liquid, half-solid crystal to a fully solid crystal. Chapter 9:57. Under the continuous bombardment of thunder, 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Ito-sei's domain was no longer trembling under the bombardment of the thunderbolts. It was fixed in a position with a radius of 520 meters. It was like a solid crystal barrier. No matter how the thunderbolts bombarded it, not a single fragment flew out. It was emitting a dazzling spiritual luster. At this time, say Ito, whose spiritual core had also completely transformed into a solid state, released his aura. In an instant, a huge gap appeared above the tribulation cloud, allowing the sunlight that had just risen not long ago to shine into the tribulation cloud. It fell on the crystal-clear domain wall and refracted an infinite amount of golden light. Say Ito, who was in the center of the light, was like a god, dazzling. As if feeling that the tribulation cloud's thunder was no longer useful to say Ito, the thunder in the tribulation cloud suddenly disappeared in the next moment. It turned into a simple dark cloud that slowly disintegrated under the gentle sea breeze. Say Ito, who had already retracted his domain back into his body, was once again exposed to the air. Looking at Say Ito, who was slowly descending from the sky, the vulture-clothed middle-aged man muttered in a low voice, "Lucky kid. Congratulations to the benefactor for enjoying the fruit." The old monk, who was wearing a yellow and white kisaya, gently twirled the prayer beads in his hand, congratulated loudly. "May I know how to address this friend?" Standing in the west of the sea, a short old man, who was wearing a dark bathrobe and looked to be less than 6 meters tall, asked loudly. His body was a little stooped, his head was bald, and his face was dignified. He looked to be in his 60s or 70s. Since he could reach S-class, he must be a master. According to normal experience, his age would generally not be low. Even if he looked young on the surface, he couldn't be arrogant. Who knew what kind of shrewd heart was hidden under the other party's young face? Moreover, in terms of rank, both sides were equal. As long as they were not enemies, he could definitely be called a friend. It's really a bit flattering. I can't believe that the head of the Ministry of Environment, Tsuchimikado Eugene, can call me a friend. Ito-sei turned to look at the old man who asked the question and said with an ambiguous tone. The old man who asked the question was during the Great Demon War in Japan. When the QB army swept through Tokyo, say Ito once saw an old man in the Environment Ministry team. The person behind the scenes of the Environment Ministry, the descendant of Abe Saimai, the head of this branch of Tsuchimikado. You seen this old man before? Tuyuman Yojin frowned and asked. I was fortunate enough to meet him once. Say Ito nodded and replied. Then he turned to the other 6 people and asked everyone, would you like to talk about your background? Before asking others to report their names, shouldn't you first clearly state your name and origin? It was still the sinister-looking middle-aged man who spoke first with an embarrassed smile. No one present raised any objections to the sinister-looking man's proposal. They all looked at Sei Ito and waited for him to introduce himself. "I'm Sei Ito from Tokyo." Sei Ito glanced at the sinister-looking man. He stated softly. Sei Ito believed that although he only reported a name and place of origin, with the power of the people present, they would definitely be able to figure out the details of his origin very quickly. "Now it's your turn." Since the other party didn't give a good attitude as soon as he came up, other than the old man who was in the Kyoto enchantment circle. His family was in the Rubik's Cube world. As for Old Chin's family, they lived in China. And Sei Ito, who was protected by the National Security Secret Service, had no worries in Japan, so naturally, he wouldn't have a good attitude. In addition, he deliberately wanted to use this person to establish his prestige, so he spoke very disdainfully. "Boy, pay attention to your attitude. Although you're also an S-class, in front of me, you're still just a little guy who's still wet behind the ears. Don't fail to understand your own weight and ruin your good future here." The sinister-looking middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "It just so happens that I also want to try my new strength and see what level I'm at." Sei Ito, who slowly released his aura, stared at the sinister-looking middle-aged man's eyes and said in a deep voice. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the field immediately stagnated, and it was unknown whether they wanted to see Sei Ito's depth or some other consideration. The 6 people, including 2 human Yojin, didn't speak. They looked down, as if it had nothing to do with them. "Good, you have a temper, I like it." After a moment of silence, the sinister-looking middle-aged man suddenly laughed loudly. His eyes flickered as he looked at Sei Ito and introduced himself. "Hokkaido Monster Clan, Masamian Clan, Crow Wolf Masamian." Seeing that Sei Ito and the sinister-looking man, Crow Wolf Masamian, didn't fight, 2 human Yojin and the 2 men in white priest robes all showed a trace of disappointment in their eyes, but it was immediately restrained. Jinyan sect Zhengjing. Wearing a black Buddhist robe and a dark red checkered cassock, the middle-aged monk, who was about 50 or 60 years old, hadn't said a word since he arrived. His face was calm, as if everything outside had nothing to do with him, and he said in a deep voice, "Tiantai sect Huifa." The old monk, who was holding a bead in his hand and congratulating Ito Saito, said in a low voice, "ISC Grand Shrine, Mingo." A man in white hunting clothes with a string of emerald green jade beads on his neck and wrist that flickered slightly under the sun and emitted a faint fluctuation of spiritual power said. He had a dignified and solemn face, and he looked to be about 60 years old. His black and white hair was neatly combed back. Hearing this person's name, Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and looked at him in surprise. Everyone present was a master, and Ito Sei's action was naturally not seen by other people's eyes. Everyone looked at the great priest, who also had a strange expression on his face. Izumo, 5th generation. The other middle-aged man was wearing the same white hunting clothes as Ming Chu. However, there were 2 jade ornaments and 2 stone talismans hanging on his waist. His hair was pitch black and neat. He looked younger than Ming Chu. He was about 50 years old. He was a middle-aged man with neat black hair. Izumo Shrine was one of the oldest shrines in Japan, and it was also one of the few large shrines recognized by the country. It enshrined the great god of the country. It was said that during the month of Shunwu, October, every year, 8 million gods from all over Japan would gather in the Izumo Taisha for a meeting. Imperial family Jio, standing not far away from Tsuchimikado Eugene. A solemn man wearing luxurious clothes and an ethereal aura said in a husky voice. It was as if he would disappear from other people's perception if he didn't pay attention. Monster race, Shinto, Buddhism, the 2 sects, the imperial family, the environment. Everyone is here, Sei Ito said with a self-deprecating smile. Then he looked at everyone again and said, "Since everyone already knows each other, why don't we disperse and go back home?" "All right." Crowwolf Ta, Masamian, 5th generation, Zhengjing, Huifa, Jio, and Tsuchimikado Eugene looked at each other, and then Tsuchimikado Eugene took the lead and nodded in agreement. "Okay, then I won't waste your time. But before I leave, there is one thing I still want to say. Ito knew that the reason why they agreed so readily was that they planned to go back and investigate his background. However, he didn't care about this, but some principles still needed to be made clear in advance. So he opened his mouth and said with a smile, "My relationship with everyone is complicated, so I don't want to cause any unpleasantness with you on some matters. But if you touch my bottom line, I don't mind meeting you on the battlefield. You should know that when an S-rank character is shameless, it's very scary." Ito's smile, no matter how you looked at it, gave off a cold and dangerous feeling, making the hearts of the people present jump. As for what my bottom line is, everyone is understanding, so I won't say more. Goodbye. Then Ito nodded slightly to everyone and used instant transmission to suddenly disappear in front of their eyes. Seeing Ito suddenly disappear in front of their eyes, the remaining 7 people's pupils shrank at the same time, and they re-evaluated Ito's strength. At the same time, they were even more determined to immediately investigate Ito's background after going back, so that they could arrange some backup plans to prevent the people below from causing unnecessary trouble. And the direct result of this was that the Ito Shrine's Akakurino City became the civilized law enforcement area of the Ministry of Environment. All the Ministry of Environment members who came here to work were as obedient as kindergarten children, not daring to have the slightest bit of carelessness. At the same time, without Ito's participation, Akakurino City was under the control of the Ito Shrine. In the future, all the expenses of the Ito Shrine would be paid by Akakurino City's treasury. Although it seemed like a big deal, in fact, it was not a big deal. The size of a city in Japan was similar to that of a county in China, not to mention that Akakurino City was the smallest county in terms of size, with a population of only 80,000. In addition, the Ito family was not in the shrine, and Ito's annual expenses were less than half a month's salary for a white-collar worker. In other words, how much money did he need to spend on cosmetic repairs? 1 million a year was an exaggeration, so the cost of this act of goodwill was so little, which really made Ito feel a headache. Of course, in addition to this, the old man who was on duty at the enchantment barrier in the capital was summoned directly by the Great Divine Priest. The Great Divine Priest then promoted the old man's title to the highest level that an external Divine Priest could reach in the name of his hard work. The Great Divine Priest also granted him access to the library of ISE Grand Shrine to browse the books at will. If possible, the Grand Priest even wanted to hire the old man to work directly in ISE Grand Shrine, but he was afraid that Ito would misunderstand that he was holding a hostage, so he gave up on this idea. In addition, there was also the reward issued by the imperial family. The Ito family was given a new virtual string that was completely useless in modern times, and that was it. As for the 2 Buddhist sects and the Hokkaido monster race, unless there was really a good opportunity, they would not do it for no reason. Chapter 958. Grandpa, why are you back? This morning, Ito, who was adapting to the power of the S-class, looked at the old man who suddenly appeared at home with a surprised expression. "The great magistrate gave me special permission. I came down from the front line." Don Ito laughed. "It seems that you have done a great thing." Old Master Ito walked up to Ito and patted him on the shoulder with a gratified look on his face. He laughed and said, "Otherwise, with my old face, how could the Great Divine Priest have the mind to see me? You still have the same attitude? Come, tell me about it." Don Ito retracted his hand, turned around, walked to the chair on the side, sat down, looked up at Ito, and asked, "Actually, I didn't do anything. I just broke through to the S-class." Ito pretended to be embarrassed and modest. "What? You said you broke through to the great Inyang Master?" Don Ito, who had just sat down for less than 10 seconds, immediately stood up from the chair again with a shocked expression. He stared at Ito's face and asked repeatedly. The so-called Great Inyang Master was the highest title of the Inyang Master profession, and it was also an exclusive title in the profession. In addition, there was also the highest title that was not judged by strength, but by the depth and breadth of knowledge mastery, Dr. Inyang. Before Tsukimike's Motoharu of the Magic Forbidden World became a multifaceted spy, his title was Dr. Inyon. Yes, Sei Ito nodded with a serious face, and then released the momentum that belonged to the S-class. Although the old man's own level was still half a step into the A-class, and he had not completely stepped into the A-class. But the experience of living for so many years still made him feel the same feeling from Sei Ito as the great magistrate, and he completely confirmed the fact that Sei Ito stepped into the S-class. God bless my Ito family. God bless my Ito family. After confirming the authenticity of the matter, Don Ito shouted excitedly, "No, I have to go to the front hall to thank Suzumezuan." With that, Don Ito immediately turned around and ran out of the room. He went to the shrine hall in front of him to thank Susanoo. The so-called Susanoo is the name of Susanoo, one of the great gods worshipped in the Ito shrine. Aside from it, there were other deities enshrined in the main hall of the shrine, such as the Inari god, the Japanese Wuzun, and the Sibi Yuan. In fact, according to the origin of the Ito family, as a samurai family, the Ito family only worshipped the Japanese martial god. However, Don Ito's ancestors had suddenly changed from a pure samurai family to a demonkin. When they built a shrine in their fief, they enshrined Susanoo, who had slain Yamaki no Orochi in the shrine. After that, Susanoo gradually became the main shrine, and the Inari god was crowned by ordinary people as the symbol of wealth in addition to harvest. After many people and large-scale entrepreneurs collectively believed in him, because of the consideration of the maintenance of the family business, he was added to the shrine later. In terms of time, he had only been enshrined for more than 100 years. As for the Sibi Yuan, because she was the wife of the Japanese Wuzun, she had the same divine power as Mazu goddess, so she was also worshipped by the ancestors of the Ito family. For the excited old man, Sei Ito could only shrug and sit down in the room. Then he summoned his mother Eriko, eldest sister Suzu Ito, second sister Rita Ito, and Yi from the Rubik's Cube world. "You actually sent us all back? What? Has the problem outside been solved?" After looking around and confirming that this was her home, Suzu Ito turned to look at Sei Ito and asked, "Not yet, but Grandpa retired from the front line, so I called you out to meet Grandpa." Sei Ito explained with a smile. "Dad is back." Eriko was very surprised when she heard this. "Yes, during the time you lived in the Rubik's Cube world, I broke through the S-class." So, Ito-sei began to explain. However, when he said that he had broken through to S-class, Eriko and Ito-rin interrupted him. "You said you have broken through to S-class?" They asked in surprise. "You said you have broken through to S-class?" "Yes." Sei Ito shrugged indifferently. Then he continued to explain the previous topic. "When the breakthrough was completed, I met the Grand Priest of ISC Grand Shrine, the fifth divine priest of Izumo Taisha, Monk Zhengjing of Buddhism's Tantra sect, Zen Master Huefa of Buddhism's Tianai sect, the person behind the scenes of the Environment Ministry, Tuyuman of the Imperial Family, Jio of the Imperial Family, and the current generation of Hokkaido Shifter Clan's Yu family, Crow Longtuam Sanzong. Probably to win me over, the Grand Priest pardoned my grandpa and retired from the front line." "Little brother, you are really scary." Suzu Ito looked at Sei Ito with a speechless expression and sighed. "Where's your grandpa?" Eriko looked around and asked when she didn't see Don Ito. After hearing that I broke through the S-class, he was very excited and ran to the front hall to worship Susan no Mikoto. Sei Ito replied. Just as Sei Ito and others were talking, Don Ito, who had calmed down a little after the worship, returned to the room with a rosy face. "Dad!" Seeing Don Ito, Eriko quickly called out, "Grandpa!" Suzu Ito, Rita Ito, and Yi called out in unison. "Good, good, you are all good." Don Ito looked at Eriko, Suzu Ito, Rita Ito, and Yi and said happily. But at this moment, Don Ito's expression paused, and he looked at Eriko, Suzu Ito, and Rita Ito in disbelief and hesitated. "You guys broke through?" "Yes, Dad, Grandpa." Eriko, Suzu Ito, and Rita Ito looked at each other and responded in unison. "Were their ranks?" Old Masterly asked again, somewhat agitated. A level, C plus level perfection. Eriko, Suzu Ito, and Rita Ito answer one by one. Good, 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 good. God is really blessing my Ito family. From now on, let's see who dares to say that my Ito family is declining. Don Ito heard this and was quite excited. In fact, this is all thanks to Ah-chung. Eriko first looked at Sei Ito with a gratified face, and then looked at Don Ito again and said, "Oh." Old man Ito's face was full of surprise as he asked a question. Now that Grandpa Ian is back, let's officially move in. This way, I won't have to worry about anything outside. Sei Ito got up and said, and then when the old man was puzzled, he moved everything, including himself, into his home in the ecological city in the Rubik's Cube world. Just now, after a short adaptation, the old man frowned and looked at the surrounding environment. That feeling just now is a normal reaction when we break through the world wall. That is to say, we're no longer in the world we lived in before, but in another world. Sei Ito explained to the confused Don Ito with a smile. And then to the shock on Don Ito's face, he explained the general situation in the Rubik's Cube world to the old man. This is really... After a long while, Don Ito, who listened to the explanation, couldn't say anything. However, the old man had experienced many things, and he was decisive. After adjusting his mood, he immediately made a decision. From now on, you are the patriarch of our Ito family. Wherever you want this old man to live, I will live there. With this sentence, it also means that the power of the Ito family is officially handed over to Sei Ito. Even if Sei Ito doesn't care about it. It just so happens that there's a group of Onmyoji forces in the world I got before, and I don't know who to give them to. Since Grandpa agrees to move the family here, Grandpa can help me manage those forces in the future. Sei Ito, who was relieved, said with a smile. Okay. Don Ito laughed heartily. After talking about business, Sei Ito, Don Ito, Eriko, Suzu Ito, and Rita Ito chatted in the Rubik's Cube world for a long time. Then, Eriko, Suzu Ito, and Yi went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Sei Ito continued to talk with Don Ito about the relationship between the forces of Onmyoji, incantation, and the Ministry of Environment on the Spirit-Eating continent, so that the old man could have a better understanding. Eriko, Suzu Ito, and Yi were not mediocre, and they cooked very quickly. It didn't take long for them to prepare a large table of dinner. Then, at the old man's suggestion, the family began to drink wine during dinner. They were in high spirits, and wine was easy to get drunk. Therefore, Don Ito passed out with a red face after drinking a large bottle of sake. Sei Ito and Eriko carried him back to the bedroom to rest. Without the main character drinking, Sei Ito and the others naturally lost interest in drinking. They happily finished their dinner and went to the bathroom to wash up with the smell of alcohol, then returned to their own bedrooms to rest. However, although alcohol was harmful to the body, it could easily arouse a person's primitive desires. Therefore, when Yi and Sei Ito returned to the bedroom, it was like dry firewood meeting a raging fire or a peasant meeting noon. They kissed each other deeply, took off their clothes, and lay naked on the tatami. They began a seductive and stimulating primitive ritual. Melodious and high-pitched chanting echoed in the wooden cubicle. At the same time, a strong smell of Ye's perverted scent spread out from the sweat on their bodies, adding a different atmosphere to the room. During the intense primitive ritual, it was unknown how much time had passed. However, at this moment, Yi, who was leaning forward with his hands on the edge of the cabinet in the room and his legs slightly apart, suddenly let out an intense and high-pitched moan. Then, he fell weakly to the ground and sat in Sei Ito's arms, panting heavily with a flushed face. Chapter 9:59. P.S. Thank you to Dark Flame Light and Blazing Feather for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Five Poisons and Nickfinny for their tips. Ah-chung, can you take me with you on your next trip? Yi's whole back was pressed against Ito Sei's warm chest. Her head was slightly raised on his shoulder. Her eyes seemed to be closed, and she was gasping for breath. She suddenly said softly, Ito paused when he heard Ye's words. Then, he agreed without hesitation. Of course. It's rare for Yi to ask to go on a honeymoon with me. Of course I can. At the end of his words, Sei lowered his head slightly and bit Ye's smooth shoulder with his lips, gently sucking. I knew it. Chung is the best. Yi smiled happily. So as a reward for fulfilling Ye's willful request, I'll take the initiative to serve Chung. Yi stood up and turned to face Ito. He held Ito's shoulders and sat down slowly. Then, he used his own scabbard to store Ito's spear. Chung, hold me tight. Yi hugged Ito's neck tightly and rested his chin on Ito's shoulder. His plump breasts were pressed tightly against Ito's chest. His legs were like pliers clamping on Ito's waist. Ito didn't hesitate when he heard this. He immediately hugged Yi tightly in his arms. It was as if they wanted to integrate each other into their bodies. Soon a low, seductive moan echoed in the room. After a night of pleasure, 100 flowers fell from shame. After that, the family spent a few leisurely days together, and Old Man Ito took the initiative to go to the spirit-eating continent. He wanted to manage the Yin-Yang Dao, Curse Dao, and Environment Dao there. However, it was temporarily suppressed by Ito with the reason that if you want to do a good job, you must first sharpen your tools. Then, he brought Old Man Ito to the secret room used for closed-door training and helped him to break through the current realm and officially enter the A level. In fact, Don Ito's cultivation and experience had already reached the rank. Old Man Ito has already met the conditions for promotion to A level, but he is a little old after all, and the various functions of his body, especially his spiritual power, have begun to show signs of decline. Even if his spiritual power is very condensed and tough because of experience, state of mind, and other reasons, it can't fully support the perfect operation of A-level energy. That was why he couldn't step into the rank A. In this regard, Ito's solution was very simple. He directly transferred the spiritual energy of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth to nourish Don Ito's body with the Taoist theory of the 5 elements. Then, it would affect his mental strength from the inside and achieve the goal of restoring the old man's physical condition to its peak. Then, he would help his mother Eriko and his elder sister Suzu Ito break through. He would inject some of the world's power that could be converted into any kind of power into Don Ito's body, allowing him to transform and adapt to it. He would complete the energy accumulation needed for the breakthrough and carry out the final breakthrough. After doing all this, Ito left the seclusion room and appeared in the room where Betty Arnold was at this time to check on her current condition. It seems that you're recovering well. Looking at her, her face was still a little pale. However, Betty Arnold's spirit was steadily recovering. Ito chuckled. It's all thanks to you. You spared no effort to save me. Seeing Ito, Betty Arnold put down the magic book that Ito had copied from the Great Merlin Library and smiled at Ito. That's what I should do. After all, you're implicated because of me. Ito walked slowly to Betty Arnold and used the level 0 trick Magician's Hand to grab a chair from the side and sit down beside him. There's no need to talk about the past. Plus, you did what you should do. We're even now. Betty Arnold laughed heartily. Okay, if you need anything, just let me know. Ito nodded and smiled. Since you say so, I won't be polite. Recently, I've been very interested in potions. Chun, I wonder if you can provide me with some potion ingredients for my use? Betty Arnold did not refuse. She immediately made a request. Sure, I'll have someone send you the ingredients later. Ito agreed without hesitation. Chun, you're so generous, Betty Arnold exclaimed when she saw the gift. Don't be in such a hurry. Let me finish. Ito raised his hand and chuckled. Then, under Betty Arnold's doubtful gaze, he continued, I hope to share the patent of the finished potions that you've researched. Of course, not all of them. I'll only share them with your consent. Looking at the frowning Betty Arnold, Ito continued, as for the other part of the drug formula that you don't want to share, I also hope to buy some finished products. Do you think it's okay? After a moment, Betty Arnold, whose eyebrows had relaxed again, looked at Ito and asked in confusion, Are you so sure that I can research anything? Miracles exist in this world. Perhaps under some accidental coincidence, a rare item will be born. Therefore, in order to grasp the possible miracle in your own hands, an appropriate investment and trust are necessary. Moreover, you my friend, aren't you? Seito said with a shrug. Okay, for your trust, I'll agree to your previous request. Betty looked at Seito seriously and smiled. Then, she continued half-jokingly, but don't expect too much from me. After all, I'm not a witch with inherited knowledge. I'm just a newbie who suddenly became interested in potioneering. Maybe your investment won't be returned in the slightest. It's okay. At most, you can pay me with your body, Seito joked. I see. The real purpose of your so-called investment is here, you sly guy. Betty Arnold, who thought that she had grasped the truth, pretended to be angry. However, halfway through her words, she couldn't help but laugh. You just realized? I thought that as early as when we signed the contract. You were already prepared to throw yourself into my arms. Seito spread out his hands and said with an exaggerated expression. Then, he and Betty Arnold laughed easily. Okay, seeing that you're recovering well, I won't disturb you. See you later. At this time, Seito stood up from the chair and said, Okay. Betty Arnold stood up and said. Then, the two of them politely hugged each other and said goodbye with the cheek-touching ceremony commonly used by Europeans. Seito turned and left the room. He disappeared in an instant where Betty Arnold couldn't see. After all, Betty Arnold still didn't know that she was no longer in the main world. She only thought that she was in a safe place arranged by Seito to hide and recuperate, so she had to make a little extra disguise to cover it up. Teleport. On this day, Seito, who suddenly appeared in the void of the Rubik's Cube world, ordered. Teleportation begins with the appearance of the Rubik's Cube information at the outermost position of all the existing space-time channels in the void. A new vortex suddenly appeared in the void. As soon as it appeared, it looked only the size of a fist, but in less than a minute, it had expanded to a diameter of tens of meters, rotating at high speed like a dark cloud vortex. Then, an extremely powerful suction force came out from the center of the vortex and wrapped Seito. He was sucked into the vortex and turned into a stream of light that shrunk smaller and smaller, annihilated in the center of the vortex like a bubble. With the disappearance of Seito's light spot, the vortex gradually reduced its rotation speed as if it had completed its mission. At the same time, it began to slowly disappear until it finally turned into a blurry outline with almost undetectable rotation speed and shape, hidden in the void of the Rubik's Cube world. At the same time, in a new world, accompanied by the familiar sound of glass breaking, Seito's figure, who was covered in a fog, suddenly appeared in the field. Fortunately, the teleportation rules of the Rubik's Cube were still the same. Every time, it would let the host, Seito, appear in a deserted area, so there was no need to worry that someone would see such a strange scene and cause trouble. A few minutes later, after absorbing the world's power and using 1/3 of the world's power to camouflage his abnormality in the current world, Seito completed his landing in the current world. Another forest that... Seito opened his eyes and looked around, sighing softly. Then with a thought, he wore a pair of black flat leather shoes on his feet, a pair of white leg socks with fur balls on his calves, and a gray shirt. He wore a checkered short skirt with black lines on the surface, a white long-sleeve casual shirt that looked like a student's uniform, and a wide red scarf tied into a bow at the collar. Yi, whose brown hair was tied into a high ponytail with a white string tied into a bow, was summoned to his side. Ah-chung. Yi greeted with a smile. Let the trip begin. Seito looked at Yi and smiled. Yes, I will follow Ah-chung's footsteps closely. I will become an unparalleled sharp sword that can slay enemies. Yi said with a serious face, as if he was making an oath. Idiot. Seito stretched out his finger and flicked Yi's forehead, curling his lips. Ouch! Yi raised his hand to cover his forehead where he was flicked, closed one eye, and looked at Ito mischievously while sticking out his tongue. Then he walked to Ito's side, stretched out his hands, and tightly hugged Ito's arm. In an instant, an extremely soft feeling was transmitted from his arm to Ito's heart. "We need to hurry." Ito looked up into the distance and said softly, "Yes." Yi replied with a beautiful smile. Then, Ito activated instant transmission and brought Yi out of the forest at high speed. The forest was smaller than expected, so Ito only used a dozen instant transmissions to leave the forest with Yi and appeared not far from a remote mountain village. "It seems that our luck is not bad. We appeared in Nippon again," Ito said softly while looking at the obvious Japanese-style buildings not far away. Then he walked with Yi to the village. "Sorry to disturb you. May I ask how to get to the nearest station?" The two people walked into the village and went straight to a middle-aged woman dressed as a farmer and politely asked, "Oh, just follow this path and you'll see it." The middle-aged woman pointed to a dirt road not far away that looked relatively good, but it was not an asphalt road. "Is that so? Thank you. Sorry to trouble you." Ito, who retracted his gaze, thanked her politely, and then passed by the middle-aged woman. He walked with Yi to the road indicated by the middle-aged woman and walked along the road. The location of the station was much farther from the village than expected. Ito and Yi walked for more than 20 minutes before they saw the station built on the side of a secluded road. It was composed of old yellow-painted wooden benches and aluminum alloy windshields. "Tokay Town, where is this?" Yi looked at the name of the station written in black lacquer on a white rectangular piece of wood and wondered. "I remember it seems to be a prefecture under the jurisdiction of Hyogo Prefecture." Ito, sitting on the bench, tilted his head and thought, "It seems that we have to catch up. Even if we're the fastest, we will only arrive in Tokyo tomorrow." By the way, Yi, try the effect of Dragon Eye in this world. Ito stretched out his hand and hugged Yi's waist, who was sitting close to him, and looked at her and said, "Check what?" Yi asked with a puzzled look. "Anything, for example. How long will it take for the bus to arrive?" Ito thought for a moment and said, "Okay." Yi agreed, then closed her eyes slightly and took a light breath. The next moment, a pair of golden beast eyes exuding a wild aura and a sense of fierceness appeared in Ito's sight as Yi slowly opened her eyes. Then Yi turned her head to look at the station sign. In an instant, a large number of images appeared in her mind, making Yi, who was suddenly attacked, subconsciously let out a low groan. "Okay, put away Dragon Eye," Ito said quickly when he saw this. Yi nodded obediently, put away Dragon Eye, closed her eyes, and sorted out the information fragment she received when Dragon Eye was displayed just now. After a while, she opened her eyes again and looked at Ito happily and said, "Ah Chung, I found it. The bus will come in half an hour." "What happened just now?" Ito nodded and looked at Yi with concern and asked, "I don't know, but the moment I activated Dragon's Eye, a large amount of information and images suddenly appeared in my mind, as if my dragons had been strengthened in this world." Recalling the situation just now, Yi also explained in a somewhat puzzled manner. "So, your dragon I should have contacted that place." Ito nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 960. N. Yi's face showed a very cute and confused expression. Looking at Ito, she asked with a puzzled voice, "In this world, there is a place called the Nebula Realm. It is known as the realm of life and immortality, storing the imprint information of everything that will happen in the future from the birth of the universe to the present. It is similar to the existence of the world's will," Ito explained. "And your Dragon Eye is originally the power of the world's will, so just now, it may be connected to the nebula realm of this world and got its support, so it caused that situation." Ito continued to explain with a chuckle. "So that's how it is," Yi said with a look of realization. "In addition, in this world, there are also many forces that can be connected to the nebula realm." Ito who slightly exerted his arm to let Yi's head rest on his shoulder, chuckled. "But they call that power astral vision. It's a very precious special ability that only the witches and witches with excellent qualifications can possess. By the way, my Yi is also a witch. Say Ito looked at Yi in his arms and teased. Yes, our Zao family has been working as a witch since the Warring States period, and at that time, we were both on the outside and inside, Yi said. At this time, Sei Ito, who suddenly seemed to think of something, said with a strange expression on his face, "By the way, maybe in this world, you will see your ancestors." What? Yi raised his head and asked with a puzzled face. I remember that the bloodline of the Akabane 12 families all came from one person, the ancient king of fierce speed, right? Seito looked up at the blue sky and said softly, "Yes." Yi still didn't understand, but he still recognized it. Takamidahara's 3 noble sons, the sun god, Amaterasu, which is also the ancient true body of your older sister Mayo, the moon god, Tsukuyami, and the god of storms, the god of brutality, Susanoo. However, Susanoo's godhood is the same as King Chi's. Seito retracted his gaze and said, "In other words, Prince Chi's real body is one of the 3 noble sons of Takamagura, Susan." Really? Probably. I'm not too sure about this kind of thing, but Big Sister knows more about it. Yi playfully stuck out her tongue. He said with embarrassment. Then, someone said doubtfully, "Why don't we ask our sister to come out too? There's no need to go through so much trouble." Seito raised his head and gently patted Yi's forehead. "Achung, you said before that I can see my ancestors. What's going on?" Yi, who stuck out her tongue playfully again, quickly changed the topic and asked, "Because Prince Chi's real body, Susanoo, really manifested in this world. At this time, he lives in the world that you connected with the dragon's eye before. Nebula world, living a leisurely life alone." Seito explained softly. Yi subconsciously exclaimed, "You're shocked, aren't you?" Seito looked at Yi and asked with a smile. And then when he nodded, he continued, "In fact, this is very normal for this world, because there are often gods who escape from the constraints of myths and appear on the earth, and Susanoo is one of them. It's just that their appearance is not a good thing for the humans on the earth, because the understanding of the world is different. Extreme and capricious gods often bring disaster to the people on the earth, making humans suffer. And for these gods who are not bound by the myths made by humans, they break away from the myths and appear on the earth without permission. The humans of this world call them the god of disobedience." Seito continued. "Then we came here this time for those gods?" Yi asked suspiciously. "Yes," Seito admitted without hesitation. "Will it be dangerous?" Yi, who saw Ito-sei's confirmation, frowned slightly and said with a worried face, "After all, although he didn't know what gods were, the strength of Prince Chi recorded in the Zao family's ancestral biography was indeed unquestionable." Yi, who knew the history of his family, couldn't help but feel a little depressed. "There are some, but in general, it won't be too big." Ito comforted with a smile, then looked at Yi and asked, "Do you remember what we used to collect in a certain world with your dragon eye? That fragment?" Yi tilted his head and blinked. "Yes, that fragment. Its correct name is the fragment of the lance of Longinus. It was once pierced into the body of Jesus, one of the icons of the cross, and contains the power to kill gods." Seito nodded and laughed. "So from now on, our goal is not people, but gods who are above people." Seito, who gradually stopped smiling, said in a low voice, "Yes," although there were still some doubts in his heart, since his lover, Seito, made a choice. Yi forcibly crushed the last trace of doubt in his heart and obediently nodded his head in response. After that, the two skipped the topic about gods and quietly sat on the bench, waiting for the arrival of the bus. After a while, accompanied by the humming sound of the engine, a modern bus slowly drove from the street in the distance. It stopped in front of Seito and Yi. Seito and Yi quickly stood up from their chairs and walked into the bus through the open door on the side of the front of the bus. Not sure if it was because the station they were at was relatively remote or for other reasons, but there were not many people in the bus at this time. They were very scattered, and each took a seat. Ito and Yi did not choose. They chose a seat that looked good and sat down in a row, then followed the bus into the city. After more than an hour, the bus finally left the countryside and drove into a relatively prosperous town. After the bus stopped at the station, Ito and Yi got off the bus one after another and went to the train station. They took the train tickets from the ticket window and boarded the train to Tokyo. Then, after an unknown amount of time, when the sky outside was completely dark, the train stopped at Tokyo Station. Ito, who has visited Tokyo many times, was very familiar with the rest of the road. He led Yi out of the station and rushed to the Toei Hotel and checked in. "You go take a shower first. I will check the information." "In the room," Ito said softly to Yi. "Okay." Yi nodded in agreement, then turned around and walked into the bathroom. After a while, a burst of walala noises came from the bathroom. Ito, who heard the sound, smiled and went straight to the computer provided in the room. He turned on the computer and began to search for the information he wanted. "It seems that my luck is good. The lucky kid from Kusanagi has not become a god slayer yet. In that case, your luck will be taken by me." After a while, he turned off the computer, got up from the computer desk, walked to the bedside, picked up the remote control, turned on the TV, turned on the adult channel, and watched the movie playing on the screen. Although Ito remembered that Kusanagi became a god slayer between the middle of March and the end of March, he was not clear about the specific time. So when the bus left Kotocho, Ito found that it was already March. He felt a little uncertain. Although he also has a treasure in his hand that can bring him strong luck and even kill a god slayer, who knows if the strong luck brought by this fragment is strong enough. Moreover, there were two gods there to fight, so why not? "Ah-chung, I have prepared the water for you. You go and take a shower." After a while, Yi, wearing a white bathrobe provided by the hotel and holding a white towel to dry his long hair, came out of the bathroom. "Okay." Ito got up and smiled, then walked sideways with Yi and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Really? Ah-chung is watching these things again. Yi, who was sitting on the bed watching the TV, whispered with blushing cheeks, but he didn't take the remote control to change the channel or turn it off. He still kept the current channel and ignored it while drying his hair. Compared with the long time for women to take a shower, Ito's speed was much faster. It didn't take long for him to come out of the bathroom in a bathrobe and sit down beside Yi. "Rest early," Ito said as he took the remote control and turned off the TV. "In," Yi responded softly. Then the two took off their bathrobes at the same time, revealing their naked bodies to each other. They lay on the bed in each other's arms, covered themselves with a quilt, and rested. Early the next morning, with the sunlight coming in through the window, Ito and Yi, who were dusty after a night's rest, both woke up from their sleep. After looking at each other, they sat up on the bed together, picked up the new clothes that Ito took out from the Rubik's Cube world, and put them on. Then the two finished bathing and had breakfast prepared by the hotel. They left the hotel together and strolled around the streets of Tokyo in the world of the God Slayer. When it was almost time, they rushed to Narita International Airport, took out the tickets prepared by the hotel, and boarded the flight to Italy. After a long flight of 13 to 14 hours, Ito and Yi finally set foot on the land of Rome Fiumicino Airport in Italy around 7 o'clock in the evening. "I'm so tired." On the way out of the airport, Yi complained in a low voice while massaging his shoulders. "Bear with it. You can rest soon." Ito looked at Yi with a smile on his face. Hearing Ito's voice, Yi immediately responded with a happy face. Ito, who finally walked out of the airport lobby, reached out and stopped a taxi. He told the driver of the hotel he was going to in English. Then he sat in the car and thought, "It just so happens that this world has the magic of thousands of languages, and as a god slayer, I can become proficient in all the languages that have appeared in the world. I don't have to be afraid of going abroad in the future." Chapter 961. Where are we going next? Yi was wearing a sleeveless wideband dress of blue, red, yellow, green, and other colors. Her feet were made of soft wood, and there were only a few red strings as a fixed flat, barefoot sandals. Her long brown hair was still tied into a high ponytail with a white cloth ribbon. Yi, who was dressed very Mediterranean style, turned her head and looked at Ito Seiji beside her. Today was their third day in Italy. After a night's rest to disperse the tiredness of the journey, Ito Sei spent another day with Yi to tour the streets of Rome. This morning, he finally left Rome with Yi. Sardinia, Seito replied. Oh, Yi responded with understanding and then didn't ask any more questions. She followed Ito Seiji very obediently, letting him lead her to run around Italy. Since I can't find anything on the internet, I can only ask the witch who lives there. Seito thought to himself. Sardinia was a large and isolated island located 200 kilometers west of the coast of the Italian peninsula. It was the second largest island and region in Italy after Sicily. It had a unique Italian culture. If you want to get there, you could only take a plane or a ship at the port. For Yi, who could not stand planes anymore, the ship was more of a transportation method. Seito accepted Yi's choice with a smile. Then, he brought Yi to the port area and used magic to create a strong affinity with the owner of a yacht. The owner of the yacht would take them to Sardinia for free. On the way, the owner of the yacht, who happened to be hosting a party with friends, warmly invited Seito and Yi to join. The two of them did not feel lonely during the journey. In this joyous atmosphere, the yacht finally sailed through the 200 kilometers distance at dusk. The two of them were sent to Sardinia. According to Seito's memory, the witch lived in an extremely remote place on Sardinia. Even if they took the train, it would take a few hours to get there. Seito, who did not want to cause too much trouble, immediately gave up the idea of going there on the same day. Holding the hand of Yi, who was dressed in Mediterranean attire, they walked slowly along the beach that had a dim yellow color under the evening sun. These people are so open. On the way, Yi looked at the man and woman who were lying naked on the beach not far away and completely ignored other people's gazes. Foreigners like to be close to nature, so they often don't wear anything. They think that this is the only way for them to return to nature and live in harmony with nature. The Germans are the ones who carry on this style. Sometimes they even board the plane naked, Seito, and smiled as he followed Yi's gaze. Don't tell me they won't feel embarrassed? Yi exclaimed in disbelief. For Westerners, that's their freedom. As long as they don't violate the local laws, they don't care what other people think, Seito shook his head and explained. However, most people who dare to expose their bodies don't have good figures. At least these women's figures are not as good as yours. Seito looked at Yi and teased him. Yi, who heard Seito's praise, lowered his head slightly and smiled embarrassedly. When we have time, let's find a place where there's no one around and sunbathe, Seito whispered into Yi's ear. Okay. Yi's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz as he responded. Then, the two of them chatted and laughed as they slowly walked along the beach until the sun had completely set. When the sky was full of stars, they returned to the seaside resort hotel. They ate in the hotel's restaurant and checked in. The atmosphere was beautiful, and naturally, they sang throughout the night. The next morning, the two left the seaside resort hotel hand in hand after a good night's sleep. They booked a taxi and had the driver drive them to the island where the witch, Lucretia Zola, lived. The reason for renting a taxi was that it was convenient and casual. Seito remembered that the trains in Europe, especially in Italy, never arrived on time. Often, they would wait in the train station for hours and still not see the shadow of a train. However, although the taxi had more freedom compared to the train that crossed mountains and lakes, the speed of a car was a bit too slow. Therefore, even though they had set off early in the morning, they did not arrive at the town where the witch, Lucretia Zola, lived until 10 minutes after dusk. Alina. Then, Seito and Yi got out of the car. While exploring Lucretia Zola's residence, they walked around the ancient town. However, as Alina was a remote town, there were only a few people who could communicate in English. Seito had not met any of them, so he had no choice but to use hypnosis to stop a passerby. After using telepathy to interrogate him, he finally got Lucretia Zola's address from the passerby. After getting the address, Sei Ito and Yi did not stay on the road for long. They walked straight to Lucretia Zola's house. After all, after the previous delay, the moon was already bright and the stars were sparse in the sky. If he went there later, it would be too impolite. Even though right now, go to a stranger's house without an appointment at this time was also very impolite. 10 minutes later, Sei Ito and Yi arrived at Lucretia Zola's house, which was located at the edge of the town and connected to a forest. The stone house in the small courtyard had a very ancient aura. It floated out from the entire house, and there were no other houses nearby. It gave off a very lonely atmosphere. Sei Ito casually glanced at the courtyard. Weeds were growing randomly inside. He did not know if it was because they were not interested in gardening or because they were too lazy to take care of it. Witch's house. The Italian words were written on the doorplate. Of course, Sei Ito and Yi did not understand the meaning of the Italian words. Ignoring the unreadable door sign, Ito Sei stepped forward and rang the doorbell. Ding dong! A very clear sound immediately reverberated in the empty space. They waited for a long time, but no one opened the door. Is there no one? Yi looked at Sei Ito in confusion. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of heavy squeaking. The closed door in the courtyard in front of Sei Ito opened automatically. However, no matter whether it was behind the door or around the door, there was no trace of a person. It looked like a ghost in a haunted house opening the door. In this dark night, one couldn't help but feel a sense of gloominess. Fortunately, Sei Ito and Yi were not ordinary people. Even if there were ghosts, they were not afraid. Moreover, Sei Ito had expected this situation. Therefore, he held Yi's hand and led the confused Yi into the empty courtyard. They came to the open door. The next moment, a black cat with fluorescent eyes squatting at the door appeared in front of Sei Ito and Yi's eyes. Meow! The black cat purred in an indifferent voice. Then it stood up and walked into the room with elegant cat-like steps. Looks like we are in luck. Master doesn't dislike our sudden visit. Ito Mori smiled slightly when he saw this. He took Yi's hand and followed the black cat into the house, and said with a chuckle, under the guidance of the black cat, they were brought to a room that looked like a dormitory. The room was very messy. On a bed inside, there was a woman sitting up with only her upper body reflected in Sei Ito and Yi's eyes. As for the cat responsible for leading the way, it had already walked to a corner and curled up on the ground with its eyes closed. Welcome to my home. Two unfamiliar guests. The woman on the bed, the person Sei Ito was looking for, Lucretia Zola, greeted them in Japanese with a smile. At this time, she was wearing a sexy black lingerie, perfectly displaying her proud and exquisite curves to outsiders. Coupled with her half-lying posture, she gave people the impression that she was a nightingale who had just received a customer and was discussing business with a new customer. She was full of a sense of temptation that made people want to make a move. Her soft, long, flaxen hair draped naturally around her body. She looked to be in her 20s, at most in her 30s. Her skin was smooth and sparkling, as if honey could be squeezed out of it. This made Yi, who was next to Sei Ito, frown slightly. Young man, don't you care about your female companion? She seems to be jealous. Lucretia Zola, who observed carefully, winked at Sei Ito ambiguously and teased. However, his actions were more likely to cause misunderstandings. You really live up to your title of witch, Lin Feng said with a smile. Sei Ito shook his head with a bitter smile. Then, he suddenly wrapped his arms around Yi's waist and lowered his head to kiss her lips in front of Lucretia Zola. It was a rather loud French kiss. Oh, young man, your performance is really intense. Lucretia Zola continued to tease as if she was watching a good show. After a moment, Yi, who separated from Sei Ito, said shyly, Ah Chung, you really... Okay, the fun is over. I took the liberty of coming here this time because I have something to ask you. Sei Ito, whose arms were still around Yi's waist, stopped smiling and looked at Lucretia Zola, who was half lying on the bed. Young man, You are really direct. It's just that as a stranger, why should I share my knowledge with you? Lucretia Zola changed her posture slightly, making her ample bosom stand out even more as she coquettishly said. Chapter 962. P.S. Thank you to NXCX, Wang It, Zhang Xiaozhong, Devil, ZWZWJ, and Instant Potato for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX and Nickfinney for their tips. Indeed, Ito Say casually stretched his left hand to the side and grabbed a brown wooden chair in the room. He sat down next to Yi, who was sitting on his lap, with his arms around her waist. He nodded and said, seeing Sei Ito's magic, Lucretia Sola's eyes flashed with interest. Then, as a gift to show my sincerity, I'll give you this secret potion. Sei Ito flipped his palm, and a glass test tube with a clear sky blue liquid and a magic rune engraved on the top appeared in his hand. Sei Ito skillfully threw the test tube onto Lucretia Sola's exposed chest. It was an advanced mana potion. Oh, young man, you're so rude. Feeling the cool sensation in her chest, Lucretia Sola picked up the secret potion and observed it carefully. She then said in a flirtatious tone, besides, you're flirting with another young woman in front of your lover. You're such a playboy, aren't you? I'm sure there are many women who have fallen into your evil hands in places where your lover can't see. Hearing Lucretia Sola's words, Yi seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed slightly, and his expression dimmed a little, which you will be punished by the heavens if you try to sow discord between husband and wife. Ito Say turned his wrist and held Yi's hand in his hand as he replied with dissatisfaction. Yi paused for a moment when he felt his hand being grabbed. Then, he turned around and looked at Sei Ito. A bright smile appeared on his face. I'm just stating what I'm feeling. If I'm going to be punished by the heavens for telling the truth, how scary would this world be? I don't even dare to think about it. After observing for a while, Lucretia Sola, who couldn't find anything special about the so-called secret medicine itself, put it aside and looked at Ito Say and you frivolous. Do you mind introducing it to me? Lucretia Sola said as she casually glanced at the secret medicine she had put aside. Of course. Ito Say smiled and then explained that is an advanced mana recovery potion, so the name implies. Its effect is to allow the user to quickly and substantially recover the consumed mana of the user. However, because the raw material is my sperm, the side effect is that the body will have an orgasm like high heat and slight exhaustion. It only has a 1 chance of making a woman pregnant. In the end, Sei Ito shrugged his shoulders indifferently. It's just that Yi, who was in his arms, really believed this vulgar joke after hearing the words, can make a woman pregnant. Her expression was somewhat nervous as she looked back and forth between the secret medicine, Lucretia Sora, and Ito Say. Idiot, I'm just kidding. How can my spur be used to make that kind of thing? And even if it's really a potion made with my sperm, it will become another substance after being refined. How can it make a woman pregnant? Seeing this, Sei Ito couldn't help but speechlessly communicate with Yi's mind and explained. Lucretia Sola was taken aback when she heard that. Then, her expression became even more seductive as she said, you can even give something like that to a stranger as a gift, young man. You're really evil. I'm starting to regret inviting you here. At the same time, after hearing the explanation from the voice in his mind, Yi finally let out a long breath. He lowered his head and slightly stuck out his tongue in embarrassment. It's too late to regret. I'm already here. If I don't get the information I want, I won't turn around and leave with my tail between my legs. Sei Ito shrugged. Then, young man, what do you want to know from me? Lucretia Sola's expression became slightly more serious, but she still had a charming smile on her face as she asked. It's about the recent sudden appearance of the god of disobedience. Sei Ito asked with a serious expression. What? Young man, do you want to do something dangerous? The smile on Lucretia Sola's face disappeared. She looked at Ito Say with a serious expression and said, as expected of the witch, your senses are really sharp. Sei Ito knew that Lucretia Sola had sensed something from his words. He couldn't help but sigh and admit with a serious expression, "That's right. My target is the god of disobedience. I want to kill it and become the king." What a shocking and foolish plan. Lucretia Sola sighed softly. "Although I can't sense your specific strength from your body, I can tell that you're a powerful magician. However, from the magic technique you used just now, I think you're a magician who has mastered the use of spells. Even so, you're still not a match for the god. If you want to kill them, without a series of miracles piled up by coincidence, as well as a strong luck that allows these miracles to favor you, everything is futile." Seito didn't comment as he smiled and looked at Lucretia Sola. "Then how about we make a bet? Let's hear it," Lucretia Zoso said with interest. "Let's bet if I can create a miracle and become the king of this world," Seito said with confidence. "What an interesting suggestion. Let's talk about the stakes of victory," Lucretia Sola asked, feeling amused. "The king needs attendants, servants, and ministers who can help the king deal with all kinds of matters. Therefore, our bet is very simple. If I can create a miracle and kill the god, which Lucretia Zoso will swear loyalty to me and become my subordinate," Seito said as he looked at Lucretia Sola with sparkling eyes. I, using my entire life as a stake? What a scary way to gamble," Lucretia Sola said in a frivolous tone. "After all, my bet is also my life, isn't it?" Seito retorted with a smile. "Become the subordinate of a king," Lucretia Zoso murmured with a serious look in her eyes despite the smile on her face. While Lucretia Zoso was thinking, Seito and Yi didn't say anything. The room became quiet at this moment. After more than a minute, Lucretia Sola broke the countdown again. "It's crazy, but it's also very interesting. I can't help but want to go crazy with you and witness this so-called miracle. So, I agree to your bet," Lucretia Zoso said. Then, she continued in a flirtatious manner. "I'm also honored that a woman like me can catch the king's eye and be his mistress." Although he knew that Lucretia Zoso was joking, Yiye's expression immediately changed. His eyes suddenly turned golden and stared at Lucretia Zoso. A wild aura was instantly released from Yiye's pupils. It spread into the room. Meow. The black cat immediately stood up from the ground when it sensed the danger. Its 4 limbs clawed the ground, and its body tensed up. Its fur and tail stood upright as it stared fiercely at Yi. "What interesting eyes. They're filled with the aura of a dragon. Are you the descendant of a dragon snake?" Lucretia Zoso stared at Yiye's golden dragon eyes with interest. "That's enough, Yi," Seito, who raised his hand to cover Yiye's dragon eyes, whispered in her ear. "I'm sorry, Ah-chung. I was too excited." Yi, who had calmed down, said dejectedly. "It's all my fault," Seito said apologetically in a gentle voice. Then, before Yi could say anything, he looked up at Lucretia Zoso and said, "All right, tell me about the god of disobedience." "As you wish," Lucretia Zoso said lazily. Lucretia Sola said lazily. "According to the disaster that has happened, the god of disobedience that appeared this time is probably the god worshipped by the ancient Phoenicians who once ruled this island, Mercator. The god worshipped by the Phoenicians should be Baal, right?" Seito said with a slight frown. "Indeed, the god-king worshipped by the Canaanites, Phoenicians, and other Semitic tribes is Baal. However, Mercado is his real name. It's a divinity that has an important meaning in history. It's just that it's not that famous anymore," Lucretia Zoso explained. Then, she continued, "He was originally the god of debate, lightning, and sky. However, his authority continued to strengthen. In the end, he gained many powers. Gods similar to him are Zeus and Odin from the Indo-European tribes." Seito nodded to show that he understood. Gods of the sky, like him, basically have many attributes. The highest god, the king, the god of wisdom, the god of life, the god of war, the god of the underworld, and so on. Baal is a typical example of this. It's natural for gods of many faces to have other names. Mercado was the name given to him when he was guarding the city of Terence. Lucretia Zoso continued to explain. Terence is a city built by the Phoenicians. It's so difficult to conquer that even Alexander needed a year to conquer it. It's also the home port of the ancient Phoenicians of the Mediterranean Sea. They arrived at Sardinia and became the rulers of the island. Therefore, Mercado is a divinity that has a deep affinity with Sardinia. Around Greece, Mercado is depicted as a man holding a club. A few days ago, I saw God Mercado appear in this form. Lucretia Zoso concluded with a firm tone. Then do you know where he is now? Seito continued to ask. Gods are very casual. I don't know where he will appear next. However, according to the historical origins of the place where I saw him last time, the next place should be in Sassari or Oristano County. Lucretia Zoso said frivolously. Looks like we have to go to each place. How troublesome. Seito rested his chin on Ye's neck and shoulder and sighed with a slight frown. Then, he looked at Lucretia Zoso and said, can you help arrange a room for us to rest? I can help prepare a room for a man who is about to go to war. Lucretia Zoso said with a chuckle. Then, she stood up from the bed in her sexy black underwear. She walked past Ito and Yi with the fragrance of perfume and said, Please follow me. Hearing this, Ito and Yi got up from their chairs and followed Lucretia Sola out of her bedroom and walked towards another guest room. I cast a magic spell on the outside of the room. You won't disturb me at night. You can fool around without worry. Lucretia Zoso stood at the door with her arms crossed and looked at Ito and Yi as they walked into the room. Hearing Lucretia Sola's teasing, the thin-skinned Yi immediately blushed. She turned her head to the side in embarrassment and didn't meet Lucretia Sola's gaze. Thank you so much, Ito, who was as thick-skinned as a city wall, thanked Lucretia without hesitation. Then I won't disturb the two of you. Have a good day. Lucretia Zoso smiled and walked out of the room. She closed the door and disappeared behind it. Chung, let's go to sleep. Seeing Lucretia Sora leave, Yi, who didn't know why, sighed and turned to Ito and said, Okay. Ito didn't think much and nodded in agreement. Then, together with Yi, they began to take off their clothes. Italy was located in the Mediterranean region. Due to the influence of the Mediterranean climate, it was a country that didn't rain almost all year round and was bathed in sunlight. In addition, it was the middle of March and the temperature was the most comfortable. Therefore, their clothes were very simple and they took off everything in a few seconds. Chung, I want you. Yi, who was lying on the soft bed in Ito's arms, stared at the face close to him and said, Okay. Ito and Yi looked at each other quietly and then agreed without hesitation. Then, he turned over and pressed Yi under his body. He lowered his head and kissed her slightly open lips. He stuck out his tongue and entangled it with Yi's tender tongue as if he wanted to suck each other's tongue. At the same time, Ito's right hand began to move down and slid to Yi's full and soft chest. He gently held it, and his 5 fingers closed and kneaded. In a room with only a dim yellow light, Ito and Yi were entangled with each other, caressing each other as if each other's body was a rare treasure, and they couldn't caress it enough. I'm here, Ito said after a while when he felt some water on his hand. Okay, Yi, who was hugging Ito, whispered. Then, Ito pressed his body and let the sword return to the sheath. Chapter 963. Accompanied by a suppressed and high-pitched cry, Yi's hands that were tightly grasping Ito's back loosened and powerlessly slid down to the bed that was soaked in sweat. His face was flushed and his eyes were slightly closed, breathing rapidly along with the rise and fall of his chest. Ito put his arms through the gap between Yi's back and the bed and hugged her. Just like that, he flipped her over and let Yi lie face down on his body. His palms gently stroked her back, calming down Yi's emotions. Chung, I love you. I like Chung the most. After a while, Yi, who had recovered slightly, murmured as if she was sleep-talking. Yes, me too. Ito first raised his head slightly and kissed Yi's forehead, then said softly with a smile on his face, Chung, Promise me that no matter what happens in the future, please don't abandon me. Yi murmured as if she was sleep-talking, but also seemed to be implying something else. I promise that no matter what happens in the future, Yi will stay by my side forever. Seito's expression changed slightly. His voice was firm and resolute, as if he was making a vow. I knew it. Ah-chung is the best. Yi moved her head and rubbed Seito's body with her cheeks. Her face was filled with satisfaction and happiness. Silly. Seito's tone was gentle as he softly scolded her. Yi laughed mischievously as she rubbed Seito's body with her cheeks again. Ah-chung, send me back in 2 days. Yi suddenly spoke after a minute of silence. What's wrong? Seito frowned and asked. Nothing. I just want to go back. Yi shook her head slightly and replied. Then she added somewhat superfluously, if Ah-chung feels lonely, let sister come out to accompany you. Seito naturally understood that Yi's sister wasn't his big sister Suzu Ito, but his sister Mayo. At the same time, this clearly showed that Yi was aware of the fact that Seito had other women around him, especially the fact that he had an affair with her sister Mayo. It was just that before, she pretended not to know. But today, perhaps because she was stimulated by Lucia Sora's words, she wanted to face with this issue, her first instinct to accept the existence of Mayo's existence. Her first choice. After a few seconds of silence, Seiji said, This time, I'm the one who agreed to go on this trip with you. Let's forget about sending you back and letting Mayo come out. After a few seconds, Seito raised her hand and patted Yi's butt. She didn't use a clear attitude to reject Yi's suggestion. But it also happened that Seito indirectly responded to Yi's guess, which was a disguised confession to her. In terms of attitude, Seito could be considered honest. Sister will probably feel lonely. Yi sighed softly, especially after knowing that I'm not here. Seito, who couldn't respond, could only respond with silence. So in 2 days, let's call sister and Yuan out. Yi turned her head slightly. His eyes sparkled with a bright luster as he looked at Ito Sei. That's why I said that. You're fool. She raised her hand and gently rubbed Yi's hair on top of Ito's head and sighed. But in these 2 days, Ah-chung, you have to accompany me well. Yi said playfully with a gentle smile. Yes, definitely. Ito promised. Now, I've recovered. Ah-chung, let's continue. Yi, who sat up with her hands on Ito's chest and her hair hanging down naturally, said with a smile. Little pervert. Ito, who was holding Yi's waist with both hands, laughed and scolded in a low voice. Then, Yi's repressed moans, which were full of joy and pain, echoed in the room again. The room was filled with the fragrance of Yi's body. The next morning, in Lucretia Sola's bedroom, she was dressed differently from yesterday. Today, in addition to her sexy underwear, she wore a pitch-black gauze nightgown that vaguely revealed her body. Her 2 straight, smooth, and beautiful white legs and forearms were completely exposed to the air, attracting people's attention. Last night, the 2 of you were so intense that I couldn't sleep well. I'm really worried that I'll have dark circles under my eyes. With one leg stretched out and the other bent on the bed, Lucretia Sora's upper body was still half leaning against the headboard. Her flaxen hair was naturally draped over her shoulders. She closed one of her eyes and pretended to be sleepy as she yawned. Yi's face turned red when she heard that. Then, she suddenly calmed down and retorted, You were the one who said that there was a soundproof magic outside the room. Who can you blame for being affected? Could it be that you feel lonely because you've been living alone for too long? If that's the case, I don't mind letting Ah-chung accompany you. When Ito Sei on the side heard this, he turned to look at Yi with a surprised expression. He really didn't know what kind of changes had taken place in her heart that made her say such words that were different from her usual temperament. Really? Lucretia Sola asked, as if she wanted to see the world in chaos. Of course. Yi, whose face was even redder than before, said loudly with a stuttering voice. It seems that something very interesting happened last night. It actually made you change so much. You have a hint of the temperament of a real mistress. Lucretia Sola looked at Yi with interest, and said, "But I can feel that you're not mature now. You're still reluctant, so you still have a long way to go if you want to become a real mistress." Yi, who seemed to have been hit on the sensitive part of her heart, was stunned and fell silent for a while. "But as a female senior who knows more about men, I can teach you," Lucretia Sola said. Then, Lucretia Sola added, "The premise is that your man can successfully create a miracle and become the king of... Ah Chung can definitely do it." Yi, who had blind faith in Sei Ito, replied without hesitation, "I'm looking forward to it." Lucretia Sola smiled charmingly. "Take this." Just as Lucretia Sola's gaze landed on Sei Ito took out an alchemy iron plate with the Flying Thunder God spell engraved on it and threw it to her. "What a complicated spell. It feels like it can connect to another dimension," Lucretia Sola said as she raised her eyebrows and took a closer look at the iron plate. "Okay, we'll leave now. See you later," Sei Ito said without explaining anything. "I wish you good luck. I hope you can really come back to see me with the miracle body." Lucretia Sola raised her head and looked at Ito Seiji and wished him well. "I will. Just wait for me to swear your loyalty to me," Ito said confidently. Then, he reached out and put his arm around Yi's waist. Under Lucretia Sola's gaze, he pushed Yi out of Lucretia Sola's bedroom and left the witch's house. Then they walked toward Sala, a man full of mystery. Interesting. Lucretia Sola, who watched the two disappear through magic, gently played with the Flying Thunder God spell in her hand and murmured to herself with a smile on her face. Since Lucretia Sola didn't mention anything about the Persian god of war, Urislagna, it meant that Mercado hadn't encountered him yet. In other words, both of them were still in their prime. Since that was the case, Sei Ito wasn't in a hurry to go to Salsali or Oristano County. He began to focus on traveling with Yi on Italy's Sardinia. However, no matter how slow they were, they still arrived at Salsali in the evening after a day and a half. Boom! In Italy, which was a country affected by the Mediterranean climate, where it almost never rained once a year, a thunderclap burst out from the dark clouds in the sky and struck the ground diagonally. "It seems like we are lucky to meet a god," Sei Ito said with a smile as he looked at the place where the thunderbolt struck. "Let's go and take a look," Sei Ito said. After that, he and Yi, who nodded in agreement, turned into two blurry shadows and rushed toward the place where the thunderbolt struck. The place where the thunderbolt struck didn't seem far, but with Sei Ito and Yi's speed, it still took them more than 10 minutes to get there. At this time, the situation in the field was also clearly reflected in the eyes of Sei Ito and Yi. Above a group of towering pillars, a muscular man who was more than 2 meters tall and had a well-built body with a streamlined body. He had unkempt hair and a beard that seemed to have never been taken care of before. Although the clothes he wore were very rough and tattered, he unexpectedly gave off a dignified feeling. He was holding a metal rod in each hand, and he was facing off against a young man who was wearing a white linen cloak. His body was thin and delicate, and he looked to be only 14 or 15 years old. He looked like an ordinary young man, but he was unexpectedly holding a huge sword that emitted a golden radiance in his hand. It's really unexpected that 2 children broke into our battlefield. At this time, the burly man who looked a little sloppy but unexpectedly gave people a sense of majesty glanced at Sei Ito and Yi and said. His voice was very loud, and it reverberated in the sky like thunder. However, it gave people a feeling of forthrightness. It's already a great fortune to be able to witness our honorable faces. Even if they die in our battle in the end, it's also an honor, so there's no need to pay attention to them. Let's continue our battle. God Mercado, I hope you can defeat me. The young man suspended in the sky said arrogantly, and then passionately invited the burly man. Chapter 964. That's right. Witnessing our power and watching the battle of gods is already a great blessing. There is no need to pay attention to it. God Mercado, who looked back at the young man, said in a loud voice. Although their words were very arrogant, it made people who heard them feel that it was natural. Yi record their images. With the baptism of the sea world and the amazing opportunity of devouring the world, Ito Sei, who completely ignored the power of the two gods, turned his head and said to Yi beside him, "Okay." Under Sei Ito's protection, Yi, who was not affected by the god's power, agreed. Then he looked up at God Mercado and the young Persian war god Urislagna in the sky and memorized their images in his mind. "It's done." A moment later, Yi withdrew his gaze and said, "Okay, I'll send you back now." Seito looked up at the two gods in the sky who were using lightning as weapons and using the golden sword to cut the lightning. "Be careful." Yi, who knew that this level of battle was not something he could participate in, said with a concerned face, "Don't worry, I don't want you to leave." Seito turned his head and kissed Yi's forehead. Then he sent Yi back to the Rubik's Cube world. "Fight, fight, fight until both sides are injured, then I can take advantage of the situation." Seito, who had nothing to worry about, looked back at the two gods fighting in the sky. He said in his mind, while admiring the way they fought, "Boom!" At this moment, no one knew if it was intentional or coincidental, but a bolt of lightning struck Seito under the attack of the young war god Urislagna's golden sword. Seito saw this and didn't move his feet. He casually raised his hand in front of the path of the lightning strike. He used telekinesis to condense a telekinetic barrier that was not much bigger than the lesser circle release. Bang! The next moment, the lightning struck the telekinetic barrier. Although the powerful force of the lightning caused the telekinetic barrier to tremble slightly, it still didn't shatter it. The lightning exploded along the surface of the telekinetic barrier and shot out in all directions. The rocks and ground around Seito were hit by the lightning, creating some scorched holes. "Oh, interesting," Mercado and Urislagna said at the same time. Although they said that, both God Mercado and the young war god didn't say anything. They just treated Seito's performance as a little bit of a surprise to them. They continued to focus on the enemy in front of them. However, no one knew whether it was intentional or not, but more lightning, attacks, and shockwaves appeared one after another above Ito Sei. They bombarded him. Although there were a lot of attacks, and there were a few powerful ones, it wasn't difficult for Seito to deal with them. He easily dealt with the messy attacks by blocking, attacking, and dodging them. He still stayed in the battlefield between God Mercado and God Urislagna with a relaxed expression. He enjoyed the chaotic battle between the two. Just like that, the battle continued for more than half an hour. During this time, both God Mercado and God Urislagna used their powers one by one, but neither of them could do anything to the other. The battle returned to the most primitive state of hand-to-hand combat. God Mercado, "Let us use this last attack to determine the victor," Urislagna said loudly as the confrontation began again. "I acknowledge your bravery. Let me use the staff in my hand. I will bestow upon you a glorious death." On the other side of Urislagna, God Mercado's body was covered in scorch marks from the lightning bolts summoned by Urislagna's goat power, scars from the wind power, and curly hair and beard from the white horse power. But he was still enthusiastic as he replied, "Words are light. Words are light. Therefore, O light, O spirit of words, become my sword, become my blade." Urislagna loudly chanted his spirit of words. Under the effect of these words, the golden sword that had dissipated in the battle just now reappeared in his hand. It emitted a bright and dazzling golden light and slowly pointed at God Mercado. "Pursue. Banishment. Pursuer, become a pair of weapons for my claws and fangs. Pursue the military god of the East. Let him see the power of my anger." At the same time, God Mercado also chanted his words. Under the effect of the word spirit, the two cudgels in his hands suddenly flashed with dazzling lightning. They flew out of his hands and smashed towards Urislagna, who held the god-slaying sword in his hands. Almost at the same time, Urislagna also rushed towards God Mercado at high speed. In an instant, an extremely bright and dazzling light suddenly appeared in the night sky. An explosion that sounded like an atomic bomb was heard. Then, Mercado and Urislagna's bodies, who were at the center of the explosion, exploded at the same time. One turned into a broken spirit and flew towards the direction of Oristano County. The other turned into a phoenix, a white horse, a wild boar, a tornado, a young man, a male goat, a male bull, a camel, and a goat, and flew towards various directions of Sardinia. Seito did not care about where they were going because the moment God Mercado flew away, Seito also wrapped himself in psychokinesis and followed closely behind Mercado with a movement speed that was not inferior to Mercado. He chased after Mercado until Mercado entered Oristano County and entered the ruins of St. Busty in the vast forest. Human with unknown intentions. Are you planning to do something bad? Even if I'm seriously injured now, I'm not someone you humans can offend. In an underground temple of a Nuragai settlement in the ruins of St. Busty, Mercado, whose body was broken and unstable, looked at Seito, who was standing at the entrance of the temple, and said loudly. But at this time, in addition to being bold, there was also a hint of anger in his tone. No, at least for now, I don't plan to do anything to you. Looking at Mercado's state, Seito shook his head slightly. According to the conditions to become a god slayer, although it did not mean that one had to fight with a god in a perfect state to become a god slayer, at least the god had to have a certain level of combat power. Then, in a fair duel with mutual recognition, show enough talent, an exciting battle, and defeat the other party in the end. Only then would they be accepted by Pandora as her child and become a god slayer with the same status as a god. In other words, the current Mercado did not meet the conditions for Seito to kill him. Human, you will pay the price for your arrogant choice, Mercado said loudly. Fighting with you is exactly what I want. So, Mercado, work hard to recover from your injuries, and then fight with me like a king. For God, Seito called Mercado's name in a rather rude way and said loudly, Ignorant and foolish people, you actually want to become our mortal enemy. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. After I recover, I'll let you receive divine punishment. Mercado, who completely understood Seito's plan, laughed loudly and mocked. Sorry, only have 3 days. After 3 days, no matter what, I'll send you a battle invitation and finish our battle. Seito shook his head slightly. He was not stupid. Why would he wait until he was in perfect condition to start the battle? If he wanted to fight, he would have to wait until he became a god slayer and understood the position and power of this world's god. Fine, I agree to your request. I hereby promise you that after the sun rises for the 3rd time, we will start the battle with our lives on the line, Mercado said very generously. Good. Seito agreed. Then, he did not disturb Mercado's recovery. He turned around and directly went out of the underground temple. After returning to the surface, he threw a metal plate with the flying thunder god spell on it into a tree trunk not far away, then turned around and walked out of the forest. With the god's arrogance, Seito was not worried that Mercado would leave in the next 3 days or destroy the metal plate thrown by Seito. Therefore, he left the scene without worry and used the flying thunder god spell to return to the witch's home. He appeared in Lucretia Sora's bedroom. Aya, young man, trespassing is a crime. Lucretia Sora's eyes flashed with vigilance, but she still maintained her charming smile as she looked at Seito flirtatiously. Don't force yourself. Drink the potion I gave you. You will feel better. Itose glanced at Lucretia Sola, who was always dressed in sexy lingerie and a sexy nightgown at most. At the same time, he took out 2 more potions and tossed them to Lucretia Sora. You actually want me to drink that? Do you really want me to give birth to your child? Lucretia Sora picked up the potion and poured it into her mouth without any hesitation or doubt. If you want to, Seito curled his lips and said. Then he walked to the sofa and sat down. Where's your girlfriend? Lucretia Sora asked as she carefully sensed the condition of her body. She is taking a walk outside, Seito replied. At this moment, after brewing for a while, the potion finally took effect. Lucretia Sora instantly felt a burning sensation in her body. In the blink of an eye, It spread all over her body and turned into traces of familiar curse energy. The familiar curse energy circulated in her body until it finally stopped at the center of her dantian. With the help of the curse energy, Lucretia Sora immediately felt a lot better. Her limbs regained their strength. Chapter 965. P.S. Thank you to T-Kin, Sea Skimmer, Huge, NXCX, Crimson Moon Lily, and Shirley for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Nickfany for your tip. P.S. I'm finally connected to the internet. I almost thought that I would stop updating today. Mercado, I'm here to fulfill my promise with you. Seito, who was standing outside an underground temple in the St. Busty ruins, said loudly. Today was the day that he and Mercado had agreed to fight. In the past 3 days, Seito had not been idle. In addition to playing with Yi every day, he had also learned about the gods from which Lucretia Yasura, who had regained her mobility with the help of the advanced magic potion. This was to increase his bargaining chip. After all, Lucretia Yasura was a true professional when it came to understanding the gods. But in addition, Seito also learned some insignificant magic tricks from Lucretia that belonged to this world. In exchange, Seito also taught Lucretia some magic tricks that belonged to the main world and the forbidden magic world. In short, these 3 days have been very fulfilling. You really have the guts to come back. Mercado's heroic voice came from the underground temple. In that case, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as Mercado's voice fell, a buzzing sound that was getting louder and louder suddenly came from the underground temple. Then, a group of locusts the size of an adult's palm rushed out of the tunnel and flew towards Seito. These locusts were Mercado's messengers. They were the embodiment of his power as the god of harvest and disaster. It seems that I have to show my value. I can't get your approval to fight with you directly. Seito saw this and sighed softly. Then, the tip of his foot lightly touched the ground. His body was almost weightless as he quickly flew backward. At the same time, he waved his hands and summoned lightning to strike the locusts that were rushing toward him. That's right. If you don't show your value, I won't fight with you. Mercado's heroic voice continued. Although Seito heard Mercado's words, he was not in the mood to care for the time being, because he realized these locusts were far tougher than he thought. Except for the ones that were attacked directly, the other locusts that were affected by the lightning did not turn into charred corpses and fall to the ground as expected. Instead, they continued to fly towards Seito with their trembling bodies that had become slightly slower. TSK, the bodies of the insects, are, Seito saw. He clicked his tongue in his heart. Then he changed. He changed his attack method and the alchemy red lotus alchemy. In an instant, a pa. 2 crisp sounds were heard. 2 clusters of flames that seemed to be extinguished by the wind suddenly appeared above Seito's hands. Then they turned into 2 thick fire dragons that emitted a blazing aura and entangled the locusts that were flying toward him. Whoosh! The effect of this attack did not disappoint Seito. The fire dragons that were hundreds of degrees hot immediately ignited the locusts as soon as they came into contact with them. They turned into fireballs and fell to the ground until they were finally burned to ashes. Seeing that his attack was effective, Seito smiled slightly. He continued to snap his fingers to summon flames and threw them into the locusts. Under the attack of more than 10 fire dragons, the locusts that seemed to make one's scalp tingle were all ignited into fireballs. They fell to the ground and turned into a sea of fire, emitting a faintly discernible black smoke that slowly drifted into the sky. Mercado, your pet has been destroyed by me. Now, show your true form and fight me fair and square. Seito raised his voice as he waved his hand to cut open the ground and formed a fire belt to prevent the flames from burning in front of him. You destroyed my messenger so easily. You are indeed qualified to fight me fair and square, Mercado said loudly. Mercado said as he leisurely walked out of Nuragai's underground temple step by step. Soon, Most of the injuries on his body were healed, but he was still dressed sloppily. However, anyone who looked at him could feel the majesty of the giant man, Mercado, appeared at the entrance of the underground temple. He looked at Ito Sei across the sea of fire formed by the locusts. "It's nice to see you again, Mercado," Sei Ito said, pretending to be a gentleman. "Rude fool," Mercado snorted. Along with his snort, an aura that would make people worship and respect him from the bottom of their hearts, unable to resist. And even if they were to be killed by this person, they would feel honored to be killed by him. It was an aura that spread out and pressed down on Sei Ito. This was the aura of divinity. It was not intentional, but it was an invisible aura that came from Mercado, who was a god, naturally. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely be affected by the aura at such a close distance. They would not be able to resist Mercado and would become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. However, Sei Ito was not an ordinary person. Not to mention that he had experienced the baptism of World Sea and witnessed the world being devoured. He had a noble soul essence and spirit. As an outsider, he could easily ignore Mercado's aura. Moreover, he himself might become a god at any time. Why would he need to fear Mercado, the god of disobedience? "Since you're ready, let's begin." Sei Ito, who completely ignored Mercado's aura, smiled. He then activated his telekinesis and flew into the air, waiting for Mercado to appear. Almost in the next moment, Mercado's figure appeared in front of Sei Ito. They looked at each other across the air and confronted each other. As the two of them began to confront each other, the weather above the St. Busty ruins changed drastically. The originally clear sky was now covered by dark clouds. Bolts of lightning flashed in the dark clouds. At the same time, gusts of cold wind blew, causing the fire that was already burning on the ground to burn even more. It burned towards the forest where the St. Busty ruins was located, forming a forest fire that burned fiercely. However, judging from the current situation, the fire would not last for long. As long as Mercado fully unleashed his power, the wind, clouds, and lightning would form a storm and extinguish the natural fire below. At this time, Ito Sei, who was standing opposite Mercado, waved his right hand. A dark red spear about 3 meters long appeared in Ito Sei's hand. The spear was made of an unknown metal, and it was divided into 2 halves about 5 meters long. It looked like a slingshot without a rubber band. The 2 halves of the spear were slanted towards the ground. It was a new spear that was made based on the prototype of the Longinus spear. However, other than the fragments of the Longinus spear that were found in the world of the dark holy scripture, it was added. The entire spear was made of special alchemy materials. It was engraved with a strengthening formation and a special rune language to strengthen the spear. After the spear was made, it was thrown into the temple in the Rubik's Cube world where the combat nuns led by Asola, who had surrendered to him, were placed. Using the idol theory in the magic seal world, the god-piercing intent was extracted to strengthen the fragments of the spear, turning it into a high-level spiritual equipment. It was then thrown into the energy of the will to gather the subconscious of the 8 billion people on the spirit-eating continent and continent C for a second strengthening. It was now a divine weapon that was on par with the god relics of this world. What an amazing weapon. I can't believe it gave me a sense of danger, Mercado said as he looked at the spear in Sei Ito's hand. It's normal because it used to be the god-piercing spear, Sei Ito explained with a chuckle. But today I'll upgrade it. It'll become the god-piercing spear. As if responding to Sei Ito's words, under the stimulation of the energy in Sei Ito's body, the Longinus replica spear emitted a bright but gentle white glow all of a sudden. It shielded the raindrops that were falling under the influence of Mercado's power of storm. So, this is what you're relying on. Chase and attack. Banish. Pursuer, become a pair of weapons for my claws and fangs. Chase after the ignorant people across me. Show them the power of my fury. Mercado said and released the spirit of the triad in his hand all of a sudden. As the thunder rumbled in the sky, it turned into 2 blue and crimson lightning bolts that struck Sei Ito. I'll give you a form and give you a new life. I'll give you a will and make you useful again. Longinus, show me your elegance. Say Ito imitated Longinus and randomly spouted some words as if they were the spirit of the triad. Perhaps the laws of this world were like this. After saying those words, the spirit of the triad really did produce a blessing to the Longinus spear in his hand. As the spear emitted a bright white glow, it burst out with a layer of bloody light. A thin strand of dark red that looked like a strand of hair flowed out from where the fragments were buried in the body of the spear and flowed through the entire body of the spear in an instant. Although Sei Ito felt the change in the Longinus spear, he did not have the heart to examine it carefully. He quickly used his telekinesis to increase his movement speed to the maximum and dodge the lightning attacks of Mercado's pursuit and banish. That annoying power of storm. It really affects the use of teleportation. Sei Ito, who was approaching Mercado while dodging the lightning attacks of pursuit and banish, said unhappily in his heart, "Wind, listen to my order, tear the wanderer in front of you." Mercado shouted again in a bold voice when he saw Sei Ito approaching. As soon as the words fell, the wild wind in the space seemed to have received an order. It defied the law of nature and turned into a powerful tornado, spinning towards Sei Ito at high speed. Sei Ito, who was attacked from both sides, hovered in the air and turned his head to stare at Mercado's position. He used hyperspace perception and powerful computing power to eliminate the influence of the wind and rain and locked onto Mercado's surroundings. The next moment, just when the wind and lightning were about to touch Sei Ito's body, Sei Ito's figure suddenly disappeared from the pincer attack of the wind and lightning. Puff! In the next second, a muffled sound suddenly sounded, and a thin line of blood splashed out from the chest of Mercado, who was retreating rapidly. It was just a strange thing. The blood spurted out by Mercado did not dissipate immediately in the wind and rain. Instead, it seemed to be sucked by something. Like a string of beads, it was thrown into the Longinus spear in Sei Ito's hand that suddenly appeared behind Mercado's original position. At this moment, a loud boom suddenly sounded. The tornado collided with the lightning formed by pursuit and banish without any fancy moves. Then the tornado exploded in midair, forming a disorderly turbulence that blew away the surrounding wind and rain. The two rods returned to their original form, made a turn in the air, and flew back to Mercado's hand. Sei Ito glanced at the Longinus in his hand, which was even more dazzling than before, and laughed mockingly in his heart. TSK, how is this a holy spear? It's more like a demonic weapon. He raised his head to look at Mercado, who was standing still in midair, and said, "Your perception of danger is quite sharp. I admit that I underestimated thee. I didn't expect thee to have mastered the power of space." Mercado said with a solemn expression. "It's just a small trick," Sei Ito said, pretending to be reserved. "I am Mercado, and I am also Baal, the leader of all demons. I have ordered in the name of Baal. Evil beasts of hell, appear by my side and devour the powerful enemy before you." Mercado shouted again. Just as Mercado had said, other than Mercado being a god worshipped by the Phoenicians, he also had a divinity that was worshipped according to the translation of his weapon, Baal. However, after Sardinia was conquered by the Roman Empire and became under the rule of the Roman Empire, Christianity, which was recognized as the national religion, promoted Baal, who was originally the guardian and hero god, as the devil of all evil and the leader of all demons. Furthermore, as time passed, it evolved into one of the 72 demon kings controlled by King Solomon, the demon god Baal, and the hellfly king Baal. As soon as he finished speaking, a pitch-black spatial crack appeared behind him. Then, a large number of strange insect beasts with disgusting auras swarmed out of the spatial crack, buzzing like a black cloud as they pounced towards Sei Ito. "I hate insects." Sei Ito's expression changed slightly when he saw this. Then, he used his mind to expand his territory. In an instant, a huge natural 8 trigrams formation that was rotating at a slow speed appeared under his feet. As the formation rotated, it evolved into scenes of thunderbolts, mountains, swamps, lakes, seas, abysses, forests, flames, gales, and thousands of miles of white clouds. However, as the territory that was fighting for power with the world unfolded, waves of world power began to gather in the sky, where Ito and Mercado were fighting, emitting a low pressure. I'll immediately retract my territory after dealing with these annoying insects. Otherwise, if Mercado is supported by the world power, I definitely won't be able to defeat him. Ito thought to himself as he looked up at the sky. Then, he took the initiative to face the swarm of insects. He resisted the nausea that kept rising in his heart and dove into the swarm of insects. He expanded his territory and enveloped all the strange insects. The direction under his feet became the natural direction of fire, summoning the Nanmingly fire that could burn all evil to burn the insects in his territory. Chapter 966. As soon as the Nanming primordial fire was ignited, the strange insects were immediately incinerated. They screeched as they turned into balls of fire, until they were completely incinerated. Mercado frowned when he saw that he couldn't devour Ito even after using such a vicious ability. However, when Ito used his domain to incinerate the strange insects, the power of the world in the sky had also gathered quite a bit. It began to form a vortex and slowly fell down. Its target was Mercado, who was fighting Ito. Ito, who felt the impending crisis, immediately withdrew his domain the moment the strange insects were burned. Then, he used the moment when his domain disappeared to create an afterimage. He appeared next to Mercado at a speed 4 times faster than the speed of sound. Then he used his telekinesis to accelerate his attack speed. Then he used a spear to stab at Mercado at a speed 4 times faster than the speed of sound. Puff! For times the speed of sound had long surpassed Mercado's reflexes and dodging speed. Therefore, Ito's attack landed accurately on Mercado's body. However, due to a god's instinctive reaction to danger, the attack didn't hit any vital parts and killed him. At this moment, Longinus, who looked like a transformed magic spear, was like a hungry beast as he gulped down the blood in Mercado's body. Sensing the abnormality in his body, Mercado roared. As he swung his pursuit and banishment cudgels at Ito's head, he tightened his muscles and trapped Longinus' spear in his muscles. Bang! With a muffled sound, Ito, who only had time to dodge, was immediately hit on the shoulder by the cudgels of banishment. A powerful electric current instantly invaded his body and began to wreak havoc. Fortunately, Ito's reflexes were fast enough. The moment the club hit him, he loosened his body and deflected most of the force. Although his shoulder was still in pain, it wasn't broken to the point where it couldn't be moved. Ito immediately mobilized his energy to resist the numbness caused by the lightning. He grunted and kicked Mercado in the chest. While sending Mercado flying, he used him as a stepping stone to pull out Longinus' spear and quickly retreated. Lightning, become my spear, my escape, crusade against those foolish people who blaspheme against me. While allowing blood to gush out from the wound created by Longinus' spear, Mecto retreated while loudly chanting the spirit words. As soon as the words were spoken, the lightning bolts that were leaping aimlessly in the sky immediately turned into lightning dragons. They bombarded Ito's position like rain. Squeak, 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 squeak. Just as those lightning bolts were about to hit Ito's head, a sound like a flock of birds suddenly sounded. Then, a large amount of lightning wrapped around the Longinus spear in Ito's hand and danced with his arm to meet the lightning bolts falling from the sky. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In an instant, a large number of thunderous explosions sounded one after another. The dazzling white lightning filled the entire space and lit up everyone's vision. Although it's a bit forced, but I did it. After 3 or 4 seconds, Ito, whose clothes were burnt and his hair stood up, laughed with bright eyes and said, "This is a mutated Raikiri. Even if it's the power thunder, I can still cut it for you." Next, it's my turn to attract lightning. Then, Seito looked at Mercado and announced. As soon as he finished speaking, a thick and long lightning bolt instantly flew out from the Longinus spear in Seito's hand and drilled straight into the dark clouds in the sky. It became a catalyst and gathered all the remaining lightning bolts in the dark clouds. Then, as Seito's arm fell, it formed a thick blue lightning pillar that could destroy skyscrapers and blasted towards Mercado. Boom! The lightning pillar went straight through Mercado's body and landed on the ground that was scorched black by the flames. A huge crater with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared on the ground. The surface of the crater had a sparkling luster. Oh, I didn't expect that I would actually fight with you like this. After the lightning dissipated, Mercado, whose body was also charred black and was emitting white smoke, sighed. And as he spoke, the scars on the surface of his body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a short while, he returned to his original appearance that Seito had seen. However, the wound created by the Longinus spear still remained there and blood trickled out. The power of the god of life. But the healing effect shouldn't be particularly obvious. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a thing as healing. Looking at the changes on Mercado's body, Seito frowned slightly. But I can't rule out the possibility that it's because of the Urislagna's golden sword's splitting power. As expected, in the end, I still have to rely on the Longinus spear in my hand. With that thought in mind, Seito looked up at the sky again. The power of the world didn't dissipate after he withdrew his territory and rushed in front of Mercado again at 4 times the speed of sound. He converted his movement speed into pure attack speed and stabbed at Mercado with his spear. Puff! The familiar muffled sound was heard again, but the result was that the spear missed the vital part and didn't manage to stab Mercado to death. Seito, who had expected this, immediately kicked out and didn't give Mercado the chance to repeat the same trick. Then, he activated his teleportation and appeared beside Mercado's retreating body. He raised his spear and stabbed at Mercado's neck with the sharp end of the spear. Clang! Mercado used a stick in his hand to block Seito's spear, and at the same time, used the other stick to hit Seito's waist. Obviously, he knew that his authority couldn't do much to Seito. Mercado, who was slightly weaker in terms of instantaneous explosive power, was prepared to use his years of accumulated combat experience to engage in close combat with Seito. Seito, who understood Mercado's plan after the 2 sticks collided, smiled slightly. He flipped his arms to block the stick Mercado's waist with the tip of his spear. He stepped forward to go behind Mercado and used his shoulder to heavily hit Mercado's back. Bang! After receiving this heavy blow, Mercado's body couldn't help but stagger forward a step. However, due to the counterattack of the great curse power in his body, it also made Seito back away. Seito, who pulled away, flipped his hands to protect, and pointed the tip of the Longinus spear at Mercado again. He used a total annihilation. The spear sliced through the air and formed a faint white blade of air as it chopped towards Mercado. Block! Mercado raised the stick in his left hand to block Seito's sweep. At the same time, he rushed along the body of the spear in front of Seito and used the stick in his right hand to strike at Seito's head. Seito, who used his left hand to hold the spear in his right hand, leaned his body to the side and avoided Mercado's attack. Then he raised his leg and bent his knee, using his knee to complete a knee strike. Then he forcefully endured the natural counterattack of the great curse power in Mercado's body and pushed him into an inverted C shape. He raised his left arm high and used his elbow to fiercely smash Mercado's medulla oblongata. Bang! Mercado's body became even more bent. After completing the smash, Seito's attack didn't stop. He immediately flipped his left arm to grab Mercado's neck. At the same time, he landed a kick on Mercado's ankle. He twisted his body and threw Mercado to the ground. Boom! Under Seito's powerful throw, Mercado's body immediately hit the ground, creating an irregular circular depression with a diameter of more than 2 meters and a depth of about 1 meter. Just as Mercado was about to get up from the ground and fight again, Ito immediately stepped forward and raised his right arm. Like an Olympic javelin athlete, he threw the bright red spear wrapped in electric light towards Mercado on the ground. Whoosh! With this light whistle, Longinus's spear suddenly appeared in front of Mercado as if it had teleported. It pierced through his chest and through his back, nailing Mercado to the ground. Goodbye, Mercado. Ito, who had teleported to Mercado's side, raised his right arm. He combined the 6 major techniques of Psyche, hair, firm, hard, condense, absolute, refine, condense, absolute, refine, and strange strength fist to form a strange strength fist that smashed towards Mercado's head. Boom! Should I say that God's head is really different from ordinary people? Under this kind of super heavy punch that could almost make a big hole in a mountain, Mercado's head only sunk into the ground and bent into a strange angle. However, it didn't explode like a watermelon as Ito expected. But even so, Mercado, who suffered such a heavy blow and injury, finally lost his life as the god of disobedience. Countless light particles floated out of his body and gradually became transparent until they turned into nothingness. Phew, God really isn't that easy to kill. So tiring. Ito said as he sat down on the ground and let out a long sigh. But in the next moment, Ito's expression suddenly changed. A strong burning sensation emerged from his body and engulfed his entire body in the blink of an eye, causing him to feel a great pain from within. Understanding that this was the effect of the transformation when he became a god slayer, Ito immediately closed his eyes and used his mental power to observe the situation in his body. He saw that under the mental power's perception, a strange energy was seeping into his body from the outside. It passed through the obstruction of skin and muscles until it reached the fundamental bones of a person and completely transformed them. Although this transformation force was powerful, it was negligible to Ito's body that had been tempered by the power of the world. It only made his bones a little more compact and sturdy before it surged out of his bones and began to transform his muscle cells. But the effect was still the same. Then it began to move outwards again. Chapter 967. Blessing and Authority. Are you this concubine's new son? At this moment, a crisp and seductive voice rang in Ito's ears. Hearing the voice, Ito immediately withdrew his attention from his body and opened his eyes to look at the person who spoke. In an instant, a petite woman about 5 meters tall, with a cute face and golden hair that was parted in the middle, wearing a thin white dress came into view. The first impression of her would be that of a child, but she exuded a more seductive aura than anyone else. Pandora? Although it was just a guess, his tone was firm. Compared to this name, I'd rather hear you call me Mother. Pandora laughed in a very sporty manner. Forget it. I'm not interested in randomly calling someone Mother. Resisting the burning sensation in his body, Ito reached out to grab the Longinus spear that was inserted into the ground beside him and stood up. Why did you come down this time? To give me your blessing? Ito said as he forcefully pulled the Longinus spear out of the ground. Yes. After all, it's rare for a new child to be born in this world. Pandora put her hands behind her back and said with a happy face, Can I choose the method of blessing? Ito tilted his head and asked, What method do you want? Pandora asked curiously. Kiss me, your kiss of blessing. Ito's gaze fell on Pandora's soft lips and said, Teasing your mother is an indecent behavior, Pandora said with a smile. But according to the era you were born in, isn't indecent a daily occurrence? Why would you care about this? Ito pretended to be surprised and asked back, Moreover, you're not my biological mother, so our previous actions are not considered indecent. You're really naughty. Pandora pretended to sigh helplessly. Then she smiled again and said, Okay, take it as a special reward for this special son of yours. With that, Pandora suddenly appeared in front of Ito, reached out her hands to hold his cheeks, and chanted the words of blessing. I bless you. I give my blessing to thee who is reborn as the king of God slayers. Become strong. Become a demon king that can survive the dark fate in the future. With that said, she tiptoed and leaned forward to kiss Seito on the lips. With the thought of not taking advantage of an opportunity, Seito reached out his arms and hugged Pandora's petite body. He took the initiative to use his tongue to pry open Pandora's teeth and enter her mouth. He chased after Pandora's tongue, turning this simple kiss of blessing into a teasing wet kiss. Naughty child, aren't you afraid of Epimetheus coming down to kill you? After a moment, Pandora, who separated from Seito, teased. You're always welcome. I was just worrying about how to attract a god to increase my authority. Seito looked down at Pandora in his arms and laughed. Okay, it's about time. See you again if we have a chance. Pandora said. As soon as she finished speaking, Pandora's body began to become transparent. After a while, she shattered into a pile of fluorescent light particles and disappeared from Itosei's arms. And at the same time as Pandora disappeared, Seito's body's transformation was finally completed, making him officially a god slayer, the seventh demon king of this world. It was just that no one knew about it yet. Let me see the authority I've obtained. Seito, who sent Longina's spear back to the Rubik's Cube world for safekeeping, closed his eyes and sorted out the information of the authority that suddenly appeared in his mind. A moment later, Seito, who had finished sorting out the information of the authority in his mind, exclaimed softly, as expected, the obtaining of the authority has something to do with the God Slayer's personality. Perhaps it was because he had killed Mercado's real body, or perhaps it was because Seito did not like bugs. Mori-Ito did not receive his demonic power, which was the power to summon creatures from hell, or the power of the god of harvest and disaster, which was the power to summon locust messengers. Instead, he only received the power of the god of sky, which was the power of lightning and weather control, the power of the god of storm, which was the power of the god of life, which was the power of life restoration, and the power of the god of Hades, which was the power of resurrection. Apart from being able to control lightning freely, the Thunder Authority could also summon Mercado's god relic, the Pursuit and Exile staves. The resurrection of the Underworld's authority required time. As for how long it would take, he would only know after dying once. However, Seito, who did not plan to experiment with his own life, put the authority aside for the time being. Next, there was the god of life's authority, which could convert cursed power into healing power during a battle to speed up the recovery of injuries. Apart from that, the authority could be used to make the so-called life potion. However, the potion's effective period was very short. It was approximately 12 hours. After that, the potion would turn back into normal tap water. If Seito were to soak himself in water to recuperate, the healing effect of the authority would be even better. As for the Tempest Authority, there was nothing much to be said about it. It could only create a storm. It complemented the sky's thunder and weather control authority. The only downside was that it required some preparation time. As for how long it would take, he would have to test it out. After sorting out the authority, Seito did not stay in the messy scene any longer. He activated the Flying Thunder God skill and returned to Lucretia Sora's witch's house. However, this time, he did not appear directly in her bedroom. Instead, he appeared in the guest room. This was also the result of Lucretia Sora's discussion with Seito after she understood the function of the metal plate with the positioning spell. After returning to the guest room, Seito first went to the guest room's bathroom to wash up. He cleaned up the filth on his body from the battle, then changed into a new set of clean clothes before slowly walking to Lucretia Sora's room. In the room, Lucretia Sora was still dressed in seductive and sexy lingerie. She was leaning on her spacious bed that was big enough for 3 people. "What should I call you now?" Lucretia Sora said with a charming smile as she looked at Seito, who walked into the room. "Whatever, I don't really care about the title of king," Ito said with a chuckle as he walked slowly to the sofa and sat down. "Oh my, I never thought that a woman like me would one day become the king's subordinate and lover. Life is truly unpredictable." Lucretia Sola sighed, half joking. I can only say that the personalities of the kings don't suit you. At least among the 6 of them, other than the one from America, who you might be able to get along with, and the one from England who you might find boring, you definitely won't want to interact with the others. Seito explained with a smile. Perhaps, but you really know the situation of the kings. Lucretia Sora glanced at Seito and said, because I have to squeeze myself into their midst. Naturally, I have to investigate those who might become my enemies in the future. Seito explained with a faint smile. Okay, I'll leave first. In about 2 days, I'll kill a god in public to show the world my king's descent. Then, Seito stood up from the sofa and said, at that time, I'll also release the news that you're my #1 minister and lover. You can use this time to think about how to deal with the harassment of the 7 noble ladies. In the end, Seito couldn't help but laugh. So troublesome. Lucretia Sora, who imagined the situation in her mind, complained. After leaving the witch's home, Seito summoned Yi, who was temporarily sent back to the Rubik's Cube world because of the battle with Mercado, to his side. Then, he took her to the beach where Lucretia Sora lived that had a hot spring. After a few turns, the two arrived at the hot spring by the sea. So there are hot springs in other countries too. Looking at the hot spring in front of her, Yi said with some surprise, hot springs are the product of the combination of volcanic activity and underground rivers. As long as the environment is suitable, it can be found anywhere in the world. It's just that it's not as famous as Japan, where hot springs are everywhere. Seito took off his clothes and walked into the hot spring with a smile. I see. Yi, who also took off her clothes, walked into the water and said with a look of realization. Then, she sat down beside Seito and looked at the sea in the distance. Ah-chung, did you succeed? Of course, who do you think I am? Seito pretended to be proud and said, that's true. Ah-chung is the best. Yi, who had blind confidence in Seito, stuck out her tongue playfully and smiled. Then, Yi looked at Seito and continued to ask, then what do we do next? Don't do anything for the next 2 days. Just have fun here. After 2 days, I'll need Yi to help me find another god. The one you've seen before, the young god of war with the golden sword. Seito, who turned to look at Yi, kissed Yi's lips and said, oh. Yi nodded in response. In that case, let Sister and Yuan come out for the next 2 days. I remember that she hasn't been abroad yet when I picked her up. Yi suddenly said, okay. Seito paused slightly and then sighed slightly. He used his mind to transfer Zhen Yi and Yuan from the Rubik's Cube world to his side. Splash, splash. With 2 messy splashes, Zhen Yi, who was wearing a red kimono with a white plum blossom pattern on the surface, and Yuan, who was wearing a white gauze dress with thin straps, appeared in the hot spring. Scoundrel, are you looking for trouble? Zhen Yi, who had just stabilized her body, did not notice Yi's existence at all. She looked at Seito angrily and said loudly, Chapter 968. P.S. Thank you to Zhang Xiaozhong and A666333 for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX, 5 Poisons, and Nickfany for their tips. Yi Jiejia. Just as Zhen Yi was about to vent her dissatisfaction, Roly-Poly's voice suddenly rang in her ears. The content of her words was like a bucket of cold water being poured over her head, extinguishing some of the poisonous flames in Zhen Yi's heart. Then, with an awkward and evasive expression, she looked at Yi, who was sitting close to Seito, and called out in a low voice, Yi, Jiejia. Hearing her greeting, Yi stood up from the hot spring and walked over to Zhen Yi's side, wading through the clear water that was about to submerge her legs and causing the jungle on her body to drift slightly. Zhen Yi, who was sitting in the hot spring in the same position as when she appeared, raised her head and silently looked at Yi. Her expression was so complicated that she couldn't say anything. I already know that Jiejia, Roly-Poly, and other women I don't know are by Ah-Cheng's side. Under the gaze of this pair of eyes, Yi looked down at her own sister, Zhen Yi, who was the only family in the world, and suddenly said with a smile. However, at the end of her sentence, the dragon eyes she possessed silently opened. Like a beast's gaze, it stared at Zheng Ye's face, who was looking even more awkward and evasive. After 3 to 4 seconds of silence, Zheng Yi turned her head away with a gloomy expression and said in a dry voice, "I understand. I will leave her." "No need." Yi, who had used her mind to put away the dragon eyes, smiled gently. Hearing Yi's words, Zheng Yi and Roly-Poly, who had been silent and observing the situation, looked at Yi in surprise. Then, they turned their gazes to Sei Ito, who was allowing Yi to do whatever she wanted. Sei Ito had a comforting smile on her face and gently shrugged at Zheng Yi and Roly-Poly. "I already know. Ah Cheng will always have me in his heart, and I will always exist. At the same time, I also firmly believe that I am the woman who can stay in Ah Cheng's heart forever," Yi said as he turned to look at Sei Ito. His face revealed a bright smile that was a mixture of happiness and gentleness. Then, he retracted his gaze and looked at Zheng Yi, who was in front of him, and Roly Yuan, who was hiding at the side. She complained softly with slight helplessness, "But Ah Cheng is too fickle in love. Even if he brought the girls back to the world where we live with the purpose of admiring them, he would unknowingly extend his evil hand to them in the end and let them fall into his hands. Even from the very beginning, they used very despicable means." At this point, Yi looked back at Sei Ito again. She mischievously stuck out her tongue at him, who was smiling bitterly. He used very despicable means to trick them into his hands. Yi returned his gaze to Zheng Yi and continued, "But I can feel Ah Cheng's love for me, for my sister, for Roly Yuan, and even for those women who are his women. But even so, I still feel unreconciled, scared, and confused, especially after seeing other women in this world who are not inferior to us in terms of appearance and can even be of help to Ah Cheng. I decided not to run away like before and deceive myself as if I didn't notice anything." Yi squatted back into the hot spring and reached out to grab Zheng Ye's hand. Then, he waved at Roly Yuan, who was beside him, and grabbed the latter's hand as well. "So, I want to be like the ancestors recorded in the books at home and seize the initiative in my own hands. Sister, Roly Yuan, are you willing to help me?" "Sister Yi, do you mean that we should form a small group like the imperial concubines recorded in the ancient books?" Roly Yuan tilted her head and looked at Yi. "I don't know the specifics, but it should be more or less the same, right?" Yi was stunned at first. Then he stuck out his tongue and giggled foolishly. "Are you really willing to let my sister and Roly Yuan stay by that bastard's side?" Zheng Yi glanced at Sei Ito, who was smiling bitterly at the side. "Although I'm a little unwilling. I don't want my sister to be lonely and get hurt, so I'll try my best to get used to it," Yi said as he looked at Zheng Yi with a firm expression. "Silly girl, you're spoiling him too much." Zheng Yi quietly looked at Yi for a few seconds. He didn't see any hesitation, or regret in Yi's eyes. He sighed softly. He stretched out his free hand and placed it on Yi's forehead, gently stroking it. "Haha." Yi responded with a very innocent chuckle. "Okay, sister, I'll definitely help you keep an eye on that playboy bastard in the future. I'll work together to help you squeeze him dry so that he won't have the heart to hook up with other women in the future," Zheng Yi said loudly as he turned his head and glared at Sei Ito. Sister, I didn't mean that," Yi said embarrassedly. Then, after secretly glancing at Sei Ito, she continued in a low voice that only she, Zheng Yi, and Roly Yuan could hear. "Also, I heard that if you're too strict with a man, you'll lose the love of the man you love, and the man will transfer his love to a woman who won't restrain him. If that's the case, it won't be good." Sei Ito, who had super sensitive hearing, immediately looked up at the sky with a speechless expression. At the same time, he thought to himself, "What did Yi see when I wasn't at home? Where did you hear that?" Zheng Yi asked the same question that Ito Sei was puzzled about with a puzzled look. "From Ah Cheng's elder sister, from some variety shows on TV, and from some female magazines," Yi said in a low voice with a red face. "That's right. Rolly Yuan also saw it in some magazines. Rolly Yuan agreed. Since Rolly Yuan also said so, then we can rule out the possibility that the bastard's elder sister deliberately misled the public and helped the bastard get away with it. It seems that we really can't be too strict with him. But if we don't do that, how can we stop him from fooling around? Zhen Yi nodded in relief when he heard Rolly Yuan's agreement. Then, he lowered his head and thought with a frown. I say, are you guys really treating me like I don't exist or what? You guys are too bold to discuss this kind of issue in front of me. Sei Ito, who felt that he would be an outsider if he didn't appear, swam to the side of the three people and stretched out his arms to hug Yi Yi and Zhen Ye's waists. Go away. It's time for the women to talk. You have no right to interfere, Zhen Yi said in an unfriendly tone as he glared at Sei Ito. Ah Chung, be good. Go soak in the water, Yi also said in a coaxing tone. Yes, master. There's no room for you to interrupt now, Rolly Yuan said with a cute expression on her face. Bastard. Sei Ito, who was jointly attacked by the three women, shouted in displeasure. He activated his teleportation ability and put away the clothes on Zhen Yi and Rolly Yuan, making them naked like Yi Yi and himself. Then, with a roar, he rushed into the middle of the three women and began to move his hands and feet on them. He wanted to destroy the small group they were about to form. Splash. Chaotic splashing sounds immediately reverberated in the hot spring pool that was emitting faint steam. The blurry silhouettes of the four people frolicking around instantly presented a sense of extravagance in the pool of wine and a forest of meat. With Sei Ito's interference, Yi Yi, Zhen Yi, and Yuan Yuan, who had nothing better to do, couldn't come to a conclusion. They could only form a simple small alliance with an unknown purpose to end the discussion. Since they had talked about it, Sei Ito didn't hide anything from Yi Yi. He directly took her, Zhen Yi, and Yuan Yuan to play happily on the foreign island of Sardinia in Italy until 2 days later. Yi Yi, open your dragon eye and calm your mind. Help me search for the young army god you saw that day, Sei Ito said to Yi Yi, who was beside him, after sending Zhen Yi and Yuan Yuan, who were happily playing with their younger sister, back to the Rubik's Cube world. Yi Yi nodded and calmed his mind using the breathing technique of Qigong. After his mind had completely calmed down, Yi suddenly opened his dragon eye and searched for the young army god in his memory. Under the search of the dragon eye, which was powerful enough to predict the past and future, Yi quickly recalled the powerful army god that she had seen with Sei Ito. However, at this time, the young man in his mind no longer had the arrogant posture he had seen before. He was like an ordinary boy next door, curled up on a street full of stone houses near the sea. In terms of appearance, he looked like a beggar who had fallen into a difficult situation and was penniless. Found him. After a while, Yi Yi, who had put away the dragon eye, said, "But I need to check the map to determine his location at this time." Sei Ito nodded in understanding. He took out a smartphone with a slightly large screen, which was very iPad-like, and connected it to the wireless network with electromagnetic control. He pulled up a scale map of Italy, especially Sardinia, and sent it to Yi Yi. Under the influence of the environment in the Rubik's Cube world, which was more than 100 years ahead of the main world in terms of technology, Yi Yi could now become proficient in using even the sharpest technological tools through simple exploration. Therefore, without hesitation, he swiped his finger on the screen, searching for the location on the map that was roughly the same as the picture in his mind. "It's here." 10 seconds later, Yi Yi pointed to a piece of text written in Italian and said, "After killing Mercado and becoming a god slayer, Sei Ito, who had the blessing of knowing all the languages and words that had appeared on Earth, immediately read the text that was like a book to him a few days ago. Cagliari, it's the capital of Sardinia." Sei Ito, who had put away the smartphone, said, "Let's go." After that, he reached out and held Ye's hand and rushed to Cagliari with her. A few hours later, at about 1:30 p.m., Sei Ito and Yi successfully arrived at the capital of Sardinia, Cagliari. Then, without stopping, they went straight to the port that Yi had previously explored to confirm the boys' last whereabouts. "It's there," Yi, who turned his head and looked around the surrounding scenery, overlapped it with the picture in his mind, and suddenly pointed to a small stone pillar not far away that had the style of a Muslim dome. Let's go. Just like Yi believed him, Sei Ito, who never doubted Yi's words, immediately walked over there. Just as Sei Ito and Yi arrived, the boy who they had seen above the Sasari pillars, but he was less arrogant and his clothes were messy, and another boy wearing black trousers, a white short-sleeved shirt, and dark short hair, who was obviously an Asian boy, came into their sight. At this time, the young army god was conversing with the Asian boy in Japanese with a leisurely expression. I smell the scent of an enemy from you. At this time, the young army god with a sunny smile left the Asian boy who was talking to him and turned to look at Sei Ito, who was walking slowly toward him. At the same time, the boy also turned his head and looked over. That face was the original protagonist that Sei Ito was familiar with Kusanagi. Is it someone you know? Kusanagi asked with some confusion. Have you defeated my enemy, completed the great cause, and become the demon king? The young army god Urislagna continued. Yes, thanks to him, I achieved this hegemony. So I replaced that person to finish the unfinished battle with you. Seito also followed suit and said in a very strange way, but it seems that you're not in the right state now. Indeed, I am now enjoying a rare leisure time. Can you allow me to enjoy it for a few more days? Urislagna smiled. Of course, after all, it is rare for you to come down here. I can still agree to this slightly willful request. Seito chuckled. Thank you. I accept your kindness. Urislagna said. In that case, I won't disturb you. I wish you a good time. Seito glanced at Kusanagi, who always had a puzzled expression, and then took Ie's hand and walked away from Urislagna, but they did not go far. They stopped at a position where they could vaguely see each other. Of course, vaguely referred to Seito and Urislagna's inhuman vision. For ordinary people, it was absolutely impossible to discover the distance between them. What's wrong? Yi, who was walking on the beach side by side with Seito, asked in confusion. She didn't understand why the enemy was clearly in front of her, but she suddenly let him go. Because at this time, he is not the army god I want to defeat, but a strange boy who has lost his self. Seito explained softly. Yi nodded and no longer asked. She quietly accompanied Seito on the beach. Then, he followed Urislagna from afar, watching him and the protagonist of the original novel, Kusanagi Hume, playing all kinds of modern games and sports games that he could think of. As the army god who always wins, no matter how messy the game is, in the end, he can get a beautiful victory, defeat Kusanagi, and make the surrounding audience cheer and worship. In this way, in the blink of an eye, it was dusk. Chapter 969. I'm sorry, the person walking there. I'm very sorry for the sudden interruption. I have something to ask. Under the gaze of Seito, not far away, a beautiful young woman with a height of 160 centimeters, a slim figure, wearing a red dress, and soft golden hair fluttering gently with the sea breeze, exuding the arrogance and confidence of a queen, stopped the straw shaver protector and the young military god Urislagna, who were walking together, and said in Italian, Please tell me everything you know about the god that appeared on this island. My name is Erica Brandrei. You don't need to tell me your name. Just take it as a return gift. The young girl named Erica Brandrei casually flicked away her golden hair that was stuck to her cheeks by the sea breeze. Her tone was arrogant and even a little rude as she continued. Hey, what is that girl talking about? She seems to be very serious. The straw shaver protector, who didn't understand Italian, turned his head and looked at his companion in confusion. She wants us to tell her everything we know. Simply put, it's a threat. Urislagna translated very irresponsibly, but in terms of the literal meaning, it was not wrong. Threat. The straw shaver protector repeated in surprise. Of course, all their conversations during this process were in Japanese. This made the girl who was listening on the side frown. All roads lead to Rome. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. What a sad saying. You clearly don't know any Italian, yet you still came here. You're too stupid, Erica Brandry said angrily. This time she used Japanese, and it was very neat. It was impossible to tell that she was fluent in Japanese that a foreigner could speak. I want to ask you about the god of disobedience that appeared around Sardinia about 3 days ago. Bassa, Orgasolo, Balamini. All the places where the god was confirmed to have appeared have seen you. It shouldn't be a coincidence, right? Erica Brandry continued in a very natural tone. At the same time, his gaze fell on the young Urislagna. It's just that the content of the blonde girl's words, especially the straw shaver hospital, who was listening on the side, didn't understand at all. They could only continue to listen to the conversation between the two with doubts. America Brandry, the Grand Knight of the Black Cross of Red Copper, a Milan association in this remote place in the southernmost part of the city. There are still members of our association. The witness I mentioned just now was him. Who are you? Although I can't tell, are you a magician? Or was he a priest or a deacon of some religion? If that was the case, it wouldn't be strange for him to occasionally summon the god of disobedience. Is my conjecture still appropriate? Erica Brand looked smug. He even seemed unruly as he reasoned. After waiting for more than 10 seconds. In her eyes, Urislagna and his accomplices didn't have the slightest intention to answer, which made Erica Brandry a little annoyed. Oh, I've been waiting for you for so long, and you're still silent? There's no other way. Then, the peaceful negotiation is over, and it's time for the battle. Reasoning with people who can't communicate is like playing the lute to a cow. Erica Brandry's words were straightforward and provocative. Come on, Steel Lion. The man with the soul of the lion. The steel with the essence of struggle. Respond to my hand and voice. Thy name is the heart of the Lion King. The brave one who inherits the name of the Lion King. Immediately afterward, Erica Brandry chanted. The next moment, a scene that had a great impact on the ordinary people of the Straw Shaver Hospital appeared. They saw a slender, silver-white European long sword that shone brightly in the sun emerging from the rippling void. The blonde girl grasped in her hand. If you are related to God, you should have heard of Erica Brandry and the Heart of the Lion King, right? I don't want to use red and black skills to fight with small people. Quickly tell me all the information you know with a quick and obedient attitude, and efficiently tell me. Erica Brandry of the Straw Shaving Protector Hall and Urislagna said with an ultimatum. She straightened her sword and pointed it at the Straw Shaving Protector Hall and Urislagna. What was that thing just now? Was it a magic trick? The Straw Shaver Hospital said with a face full of amazement. That level of magic can be said to be a magic trick, not a very powerful spell. Urislagna replied with a disdainful tone. Then he turned to look at Erica Brandry and whispered with a chuckle, "What a reckless little girl," pointing a sword at me. Even the warriors of the past did not dare to do such a barbaric thing to me. Ignorance is terrible. Oh, are you really confident in your ability? Erica Brandry said proudly, while the sword in her hand swayed gently, making a posture that was ready to attack at any time. If you want, I could prepare a sword for you. Erica Brandry, will never let anyone escape from a sword duel. What do you think? Erica Brandry continued. It's quite interesting, but unfortunately, I don't have such leisure time now. Urislagna said with a bright smile on his face. Is that so? No one has ever been able to refuse my invitation. It's the first time I've experienced the feeling of being rejected in a place like this. It's really humiliating. Erica Brandry said with some self-righteousness. Oh, don't say that. One day I will play with you. But now, Urislagna said elegantly, a more troublesome guy is about to come out. As soon as the words fell, a change began to occur immediately. Accompanied by a series of powerful explosions, a huge, wild boar with a body length of more than 50 meters suddenly appeared in the sea and rushed to the shore with a very strong momentum, destroying the surrounding buildings one by one. Just in time, I'll use you to experiment with my new power. Seito turned his head to look at the huge wild boar and chuckled. Then he began to chant loudly, wind, turn into a storm that could destroy everything and tear the giant beast in front of you to shreds. As his voice fell, a gentle breeze that seemed to occasionally blow by during a summer evening appeared. Then it turned into a cold wind, then a strong wind, a whirlwind, and finally a huge tornado that connected the sky and the earth. It suddenly appeared in front of the wild boar that was wantonly destroying everything. It swept the wild boar from the ground into the sky, tearing and cutting it up until the wild boar was crushed to death. The dead wild boar immediately turned into countless golden sand and returned to the sea with the tornado, dissipating together with the tornado. Boom! Without the suction of the tornado, the seawater that had no external support fell heavily to the surface of the sea, creating new waves that slammed into the already messy shore. Looking at the scene created by the power he obtained, Ito whispered to himself, although the chanting of the power is a bit childish in terms of effect and speed, it's much faster and more powerful than summoning without chanting. You are really lucky to meet a demon king in this city. Urislagna looked up at Seito's direction and said softly, "Wow, what? Demon king? You mean the god slayer?" Erica Brandrai, who was very observant, immediately caught the main point of Urislagna's words and said loudly with a shocked face, "Is there a new one? When?" Erica Brandrai followed Urislagna's gaze and said, "Are you talking about the man just now?" The straw shaver on the side seemed to have thought of something and wondered, "Have you seen new one?" Erica Brandrai immediately turned her head and looked at the straw shaver with a sharp gaze. "Ah," as he said, he is indeed referring to the young man. Just like a mouse encountering a cat, the straw shaver protector felt a strong sense of oppression and moved back slightly and said, "What does that person look like?" Erica Brandrai frowned and asked, "Just like me, he's Asian. He's taller than you and me, about 180 centimeters. He looks very young, definitely not more than 20 years old. Beside him is a very plump and cute girl with long brown hair. She's probably his lover," the straw-shaving nurse recalled. "There's a new king on Sardinia. No, I have to get in touch with the people in the association." Erica Brandrai frowned and said to herself. Then she took out her mobile phone from her pocket, pulled up the familiar contact number, and passed the new information to the low-level members of the Black Cross Association in Italian, and asked them to pay attention to the new traces and find him as soon as possible. But less than 2 minutes after she hung up the phone, it immediately rang again. "What did you say? Around here? Where?" Listening to the information coming from the phone, Erica Brandrai shouted in surprise, then turned her head again and looked in the direction of Seito. "I see. I will go and confirm it," Erica Brandrai said quickly, then turned her hand and hung up the phone. "I will let you two go for the time being today, but don't think you can run away like this. I will come back later and continue to ask you for the answer to that question." Turning her head and looking at the straw shaver and Urislagna standing by, Erica Brandrai said sharply. After that, she ignored the two of them, put away the demon sword lion's heart, and quickly ran to the location she learned from the previous phone call. "I had a lot of fun today, but I also have my mission to complete, so I will leave here. Goodbye, my friend," Urislagna said as he looked at the straw shaver nursing home members who were watching Erica Brandrai leave. Chapter 970. Please forgive my rudeness, but are you the king who summoned the storm to destroy the wild boar? Erica Brandrai, who suddenly appeared beside Seito and Yi, asked Seito with great respect. "Did you hear it from him?" Seito looked at Erica Brandrai and raised his eyebrows. "Yes," Erica Brandrai admitted honestly. "Then who are you?" Seito asked, even though he already knew the answer. "Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Erica Brandrai, a Grand Knight of the Red Copper Black Cross from Milan." Erica Brandrai introduced herself respectfully. "May I have the honor of hearing your name?" Erica Brandrai continued to ask. "Of course I won't refuse a request from a beautiful girl like you." Seito laughed, but his smile immediately turned into a painful groan. It turned out that behind him, Ye's fingers were gently pinching the flesh of his waist, twisting hard. Erica Brandrei, who was slightly confused by Sei Ito's sudden change, quietly raised her head and looked at Sei Ito from the corner of her eyes. But this time, Sei Ito had already grabbed Ye's hand and eliminated the source of the pain. Ahem. Sei Ito cleared his throat and said to Erica Brandrei, who lowered her head again to maintain a respectful look, "My name is Sei Ito, the king from the east. I am temporarily staying in the home of the first subordinate, Lucretia Sola. If you have any problems, you can contact me through her." "Is it the witch with the title, the one who knows God, Lucretia Sola?" Erica Brandrei asked to confirm. "That's her." Sei Ito nodded to confirm. "Sorry, King, please allow me to overstep my boundaries. May I know why the king came to Sardinia?" Erica Brandrei asked again. "For the god of disobedience." Sei Ito answered matter-of-factly. Hearing the expected answer, Erica Brandrei couldn't help but frown. Then she continued, "May I follow you?" Without waiting for Sei Ito's response, Erica Brandrei quickly explained, "Of course, I don't want to monitor the king's whereabouts or have any other purpose. It's that the Red Copper and Black Cross Association has some influence in Italy, and I can become Wang Ning's eyes to search for the god of disobedience that may appear everywhere, to facilitate Wang Ning's crusade." Throughout the entire conversation, Erica Brandrei always put herself and the Red Copper and Black Cross behind her in the position of a subordinate and an unpaid assistant, to avoid the possibility of causing Sei Ito's displeasure. "You should have other purposes." Sei Ito looked at Erica with a half-smile. "Yes, King. I also want to take this opportunity to assist the king in his crusade against the god of disobedience to gain enough merits. I want to inherit the Crimson Devil title in the organization. Please allow it." Erica Brandrei lowered her head again and said respectfully, "All right." Sei Ito deliberately pretended to be silent for a few seconds, then nodded and agreed. "Thank you for your tolerance." Erica Brandrei thanked. "During the time, I accompany the king. If the king has any place you want to go, please let me know. I will try my best to arrange it for you in advance." Erica Brandrei straightened up and said, "Hey, I even got a tour guide for free. Not bad." Sei Ito looked at Yi next to him and chuckled. Then he held Ye's hand, and followed by Erica Brandrei, who felt that she was one step behind, they strolled around the capital of Sardinia, Cagliari. Halfway through, Sei Ito moved his head closer to Ye's ear and asked in a low voice, "Who did you learn that move from just now?" "On TV." Yi replied with a slightly red face and lowered his head. "Damn TV series, it's teaching my Yi bad," Sei Ito said with a sad and angry face. "I won't use it in the future," Yi said in a low voice. "Fool, I'm joking," Sei Ito whispered and teased. "I know. I'll try to use it less in the future," Yi said with a gentle smile. Although this new king named Sei Ito is a little lecherous, he dotes on his girlfriend very much. Erica Brandrei, who followed behind the two, thought to herself as she watched the two whispering intimately, "Are you interested in that girl?" At this moment, Erica Brandrei suddenly heard Yi say so. She fully understood who the girl in the words was and immediately focused. She listened carefully, a little interested. "I heard that she is a genius, whether it is martial arts, magic, or her ability to communicate with people and management wisdom. She is a talent in the contemporary music. If we can take her under us, whether it is from her personal talent or from a political point of view, it is a good choice." Sei Ito knew that Erica Brandrei could hear him and said straightforwardly, "This king has a good eye." Erica Brandrei thought in her heart. More importantly, she is also a beautiful girl, right? Yi said with a pout. Indeed, there is a factor in this. After all, compared to looking at men all day long, a beautiful girl is more pleasing to the eye. Just like you now. Sei Ito looked at Yi with a smile, and then kissed Ye's pouting lips without any explanation. Sure enough, my previous feeling was not wrong. This is a king who likes women. Erica Brandrei's eyes flashed with an interesting light as she looked at the two kissing in front of her and thought, but from what I see now, he is quite tolerant of women. I just don't know if he's like this to all women or if he's only interested in women. Out of instinct, Erica Brandrye began to collect and analyze Sei Ito's personality information. After a while, Yi and Sei Ito separated and glanced at Erica Brandrye, who tactfully turned her head to the side with a slightly red face. Then, she continued to accompany Sei Ito on the street. With Erica Brandrye as the middleman to pass on information for Sei Ito, the journey was much faster and more accurate. In just 2 days, Sei Ito successively destroyed Urislagna's 3 powers, the goat, the phoenix, and the bull, allowing them to return to their original owner, Urislagna's body. At this point, other than the power of the white horse that had not been recovered, Urislagna's injuries had recovered by 90%. King Ito, the organization members found traces of that young man in the Nola ancient ruins. On this day, just as Sei Ito was temporarily staying in Lucrezia Yasora's house to read the famous Prometheus secret book, Erica Brandrye, who was holding a pink phone in her hand, pushed open the door and entered Lucrezia Yasora's bedroom. She reported to Sei Ito, who was sitting on the sofa. "Looks like the day of the final battle is finally here," Sei Ito said as he casually tossed the secret book to Lucrezia Yasora. "Then I wish my king good luck." Lucrezia Yasora smiled lazily. Sei Ito smiled at Lucrezia Yasora and left the witch's house with Yi and Erica Brandrye. They boarded a car that was waiting on the road not far from the witch's house and sped towards the direction of the Nola ancient ruins. The power of the sun is really troublesome, Sei Ito thought as he turned his head to look at the scene outside the car window. For the avatar of Urislagna's power, whether it was the wild boar that could destroy huge targets, the goat that could control lightning, the camel that could give people great endurance and recovery, the bull that could resist monstrous strength, the phoenix that could give people extreme speed, or the warrior that could cut off the connection of the divinity, Sei Ito was not afraid of them. He could fight them without hesitation. But for the white horse that could produce high-temperature flames, Sei Ito really had no means to fight against it. At least, among all the powers that he had mastered, there was no means to fight against it. Unless he cheated by using the devouring function of the Rubik's Cube world. If I can't avoid it, then I'll cheat, Sei Ito decided in his heart. Thinking of this, Sei Ito calmed down. He withdrew his gaze and began to close his eyes to adjust his state of mind and prepare for the upcoming final battle. Seeing him like this, Yi and Erica Brandrye, who were sitting on his left and right, immediately lowered their breathing to avoid disturbing Sei Ito's rest. At this time, except for the roar of the car engine and the crunch of the road, it was quiet in the car. In this way, after an unknown amount of time, the car stopped at the edge of a vast forest with a soft crunching sound. "Ito-san, we're here," Erica Brandrye whispered. Hearing the greeting, Sei Ito immediately opened his eyes slowly. In an instant, 2 illusionary silver-white lightning bolts shot out from his eyes. Then, they disappeared in the slightly dark carriage. Erica Brandrye, who saw this strange phenomenon for the first time, stopped breathing, and a look of surprise flashed on her face. The battle later is not something you can participate in. Just stay here, Sei Ito, who got out of the car, said to Erica Brandrye and Yi. "Yes, okay." Erica Brandrye and Yi agreed in unison. Sei Ito nodded to the two and immediately used psychokinesis to wrap his whole body and flew away. It's just that this performance still surprised Erica Brandrye, but when she thought that the other party was AGO-D Slayer, she was relieved. She only thought that the flying technique was an effect of Sei Ito's authority. On the other side, Sei Ito rushed toward the slightly burning ditch in the forest. Chapter 971. P.S. Thanks to Instant Potato for his precious monthly votes. Thanks to 5 Poisons, NXCX, and Nickfinny for their tips. My enemy, I welcome thee. Urislagna, who was sitting on a log on the grassland, said to Ito Sei, who had returned to his original arrogant look while sitting on a log that was lying horizontally on the grassland and warming the trench fire in front of him. Congratulations, you've recovered all your scattered nature and regained your true self. This is the version of you that I want to defeat. In the process of walking, a stump like a log cut by a woodcutter suddenly rose from the ground. Ito-sei, who walked to it and sat down, chuckled. Defeat is the prayer that I pursue. If you can give it to me, I'll be very grateful. Urislagna said with a bright smile, as if he was the center of the world. I'll definitely give it to you, Sei-Ito said with a serious face. Then Sei-Ito flipped his arm. 2 bronze wine bottles and a small round wooden barrel that was commonly seen in wineries appeared in his hands. Sei-Ito opened the barrel and poured out the dark red liquid inside. A banquet before the battle? You're really an interesting person, Urislagna said with a surprised expression. Drinking with the opponent and sending the opponent to defeat is an ancient tradition in my hometown. In the past, no one was qualified and no one would do this with me. But you're different. Sei-Ito placed the wooden barrel on the ground and sent one of the bronze wine bottles to Urislagna. He raised his glass and invited, I believe you'll accept it. Not bad, I like it very much. Urislagna took the glass and said, and then he and Ito-sei raised their heads and drank the wine in the glass. At this time, Sei-Ito picked up the wine barrel again. He filled the wine cups in his and Urislagna's hands with dark red wine. What nostalgic taste. Urislagna sighed softly. This is a collection I took from a rich man's house in Iran, Rubik's Cube world. Although the taste may be slightly different from your era, it's still a treasure worthy of praise. Sei-Ito explained the source of the wine. No wonder I tasted the familiar sandstorm in the wine, Urislagna said suddenly. Then, he thanked him sincerely again. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. For this reason, I will consider sparing your life later. Thank you. Sei-Ito raised his glass and said, but you don't have to thank me. Risking each other's lives for victory, this is what you and I should do as old enemies. He felt the cursed power in his body that had not been completely assimilated by his own power. There was still a part of it that existed independently. At this time, it was boiling and overflowing, and it began to affect the activity of his own power. Sei-Ito's heart could not help but become belligerent like the original god slayers of this world. It was a slip of the tongue. I apologize. Urislagna laughed loudly. He then raised his head and drank all the wine in his cup. Sei-Ito saw this and picked up the wine barrel again to refill the wine for him and Sei-Ito. Just like this, the two of them enjoyed the warm Mediterranean evening breeze. Admiring the stars and warming themselves by the fire, they chatted like good friends while drinking the wine Sei-Ito took out. After more than an hour, the wine in the barrel was completely finished. Snap! Sei-Ito threw the empty barrel into the burning fire between the two of them. Sei-Ito, who stood up from the round wooden stake, looked at Urislagna opposite him with burning eyes and said, the gentle conversation ends here. Next, we will gamble with each other's lives. Let's talk with weapons and fists. As you wish. Urislagna stood up and said. After the words fell, the cursed power in the two of them began to boil at the same time. Under the influence of this cursed power, Sei-Ito's power as the god of rain began to manifest. A large number of dark clouds suddenly appeared and gathered in the sky above the two of them as the wind became stronger and stronger. A low roar echoed between the sky and the earth amidst the flashes of lightning from time to time. It has finally begun. At the edge of the forest, Erica Brandry, who noticed the change in the weather, said softly. But immediately she felt something strange beside her. She could not help but turn her head and look at Yi beside her. A pair of beastly eyes emitting golden light and powerful wildness instantly reflected in her eyes. A descendant of the witch? Erica, Brandry thought to herself. Boom! At this time, a loud bang sounded above the forest and attracted Erica, Brandry's attention again. At the same time, the battle between the god and the god slayer officially began with this loud bang. The first to attack was Sei-Ito. He released the spirit of speech and raised his hand to summon thousands of lightning spears, which slashed down at Urislagna, the god-slayer who has usurped Mercado's power. Lightning is useless against me. I am also the ruler of lightning, Urislagna said loudly, and then with one hand, half of the lightning falling from the sky was immediately distorted and struck back at Seito. As for the remaining lightning bolts, they were all drawn to the side by Urislagna's authority. Not a single bolt of lightning struck his body. Seeing that he was about to be struck, Seito did not dodge. He waved his hand and set up a lightning net in front of him that was thinner than the thinnest fishing net. Crackle. The lightning spears and a lightning net attracted each other, collided, and then together turned into a dazzling white light that dissipated between heaven and earth. Taking advantage of the moment when the white light affected their vision, Seito immediately stepped through the obstruction of the light and came to Urislagna. He waved the Longina spear and stabbed at Urislagna. Is this the weapon that you used to kill Mercado? Urislagna said as he performed Phoenix's power and retreated at a high speed with his super senses. I can smell the blood of Jesus and Mercado from it. Lightning flashed on Seito's body as he missed his target. He used lightning to replace the human body's natural nerve conduction signals, allowing his body to reach super speed. He appeared in front of Urislagna in a flash and stabbed his spear at his ankle. Such a design? Is it a replica of the cursed spear that stabbed Jesus? He dodged the attack. Urislagna asked as he kicked the spear away. But the will on it is so powerful that it's comparable to the real thing. Have humans developed to the point where they can forge god relics? Urislagna exclaimed as he waved at Seito with a black lightning bolt. Bang! Seito waved the Longina spear that was flashing with lightning and slashed the lightning bolt with thunder slash. He then covered the spear with lightning and shot it back at Urislagna. Still, is it a semi-finished product made from the fragments of the real thing? Urislagna said as he dodged the lightning bolt. Let me test its authenticity. Seito had a slight change of expression as he heard that. He knew that Urislagna was going to use his trump card, the warrior's golden sword. Words are light. Words are light. Therefore, light, spirit of words, become my sword, become my blade. In the next second, Urislagna chanted the words to summon the golden sword. Chase. Banish. Chaser, become my weapon. Chase after the god of war of the east. Let him see the power of my anger. Seito immediately stopped and chanted the words that he had obtained from Mercado. In the next moment, the two short staffs that were named Chase and Banish were wrapped with blue and red lightning bolts. They appeared above Ito Sei's head and in Urislagna's hands, along with the great sword of word spirit, which was shining with golden light. God of war of the east, Urislagna, can your sword of wisdom that can cut through divine power cut through two different divine weapons at the same time? Seito stopped and looked at Urislagna. Urislagna frowned for the first time. At the same time, a solemn look flashed through his eyes. From your expression, I can see that it's true. A sword indeed can't cut through two divine weapons at the same time. Now, let me test if you have the power to summon other clones when using the sword. Seito's eyes flashed as he continued. Go, Chaser. Seito ordered the Chase and Banish staffs to attack. In an instant, the Chase and Banish staffs turned into two bolts of lightning and struck towards Urislagna, who was holding the golden sword. Chase and Banish are Baal's weapons. Urislagna finally chose the words of the sword and began to chant loudly. In an instant, balls of golden light began to appear around him, forming a protective shield that blocked the lightning attacks of the pursuit and exile. These are the weapons that the god of craftsmanship, Cassava Hotseas, gave to you. As Baal, you used them to lure the Dragon King Yam away from his throne and killed him. You only managed to ascend to the throne of the Divine King through this crusade. Urislagna continued to add to the conversation. However, at this moment, another slightly smaller golden sword appeared in Urislagna's hand. The spear you're holding is called Longinus. It is the weapon you used to stab Jesus in Calvary when Rome ruled Israel in ancient times. It is the cursed spear that was named by the blind soldier Longinus. Uruslagna chanted the words of the Longinus spear. TSK. Say Ito couldn't help but click his tongue when he felt the spear in his hand tremble slightly. Lightning in the sky. Become a spear, become a sword, become a spear, and punish the enemy before me. Say Ito couldn't help but loudly chant the words of the sword. In an instant, the lightning in the sky immediately transformed into ancient spears and spears of different lengths, as well as long swords of different widths. They rained down on Uruslagna. Baal is the name of the weapon. The true name of the god who wields these two weapons is Mercado. He was the guardian god worshipped by the ancient Phoenicians living in Tarrant City. At first, he was only the god of debate, lightning, and the sky. However, as time passed, he was crowned by the people as the god of wisdom, the god of the sun, the god of life, the lord of the underworld, the god of war, the god of harvest, and the god of desolation. He had many powers. After resisting the pursuit and banishment attacks, Uruslagna continued to add more words of the sword, causing the golden balls of light to once again increase in number to resist the lightning attacks triggered by Mercado's power. However, even Uruslagna found it difficult to use two words of the sword at the same time. A thin layer of sweat involuntarily appeared on his handsome face. As expected, the last resort is still the power obtained from other worlds. Seito couldn't help but sigh softly in a voice that only he could hear after seeing that the power of the sword was ineffective. Then he swung his hand and stabbed the Longinus spear that was basically useless to him into the ground. He put his palms together in front of him and pressed his body against the ground. In an instant, a large amount of blue lightning spread rapidly with his hands as the center. In the blink of an eye, it reached Uruslagna's feet. In the next moment, a dozen sharp icicles suddenly broke out of the ground and pierced toward Uruslagna. Even though Uruslagna dodged with his super senses, the sharp icicles still grazed his body, leaving long and thin wounds. Looks like when you use sword, you really can't use other powers, Ito said with his hands pressed against the ground as he looked at Uruslagna with a chuckle. Thou is really a troublesome god-slayer, Uruslagna exclaimed. So, I will do as you wish and give you the defeat that you seek as a gift. Seito said with a smile as he continued to connect to the ley lines and activate the dragon ley line alchemy to attack Uruslagna. Although he was in a sorry state, Uruslagna still used the super senses of his warrior power and the battle experience in his memory to wield both swords to defend against the alchemy and pursuit and banishment attacks. Bang! Finally, after the golden sword and pursuit and banishment had clashed for a while, the sound of metal clashing was heard. The pursuit and banishment cudgels were cut into 4 pieces by the golden sword and fell to the ground like 4 pieces of scrap metal. You've broken your weapon and are preparing to cut off my power. Seito thought to himself, I won't give you the chance. In the next moment, an arm suddenly reached out from under Uruslagna's feet and grabbed his ankle, pulling him into the ground, leaving only his head above the ground. Seito, who was still activating alchemy, saw this and immediately turned into a flash of lightning. Like a bolt of lightning, he passed through the barrier he created with alchemy and appeared in front of Uruslagna. He then used his most explosive defensive kick to kick Uruslagna's exposed head. Bang! Uruslagna's head was violently pulled to the side under the heavy blow, but it did not explode as per the strong life force of a god, and was still connected to his body. Chapter 972. See you next time. Seito said softly as he waved his hand and used psychokinesis to pull Longina's spear back into his hand and press the tip of the spear against Uruslagna's head. Puff! After that, Seito did not hesitate to use Longina's spear to pierce Uruslagna's head. Longina's spear, which once again drank divine blood, became even redder and exuded a ferocious, holy aura Phew, I finally got the authority, Sei Ito said in his heart as he felt the weight on his shoulder become inexplicably heavier. It should be said that it is indeed a weapon made from the fragments of Longina's spear that was taken from the world of the Dark Holy Scripture and is connected to the magic book, the Dark Holy Scripture. It really is becoming more and more like a magic weapon, Sei Ito said softly as he pulled back the spear and looked at it carefully. Then he sent the spear back to the temple in the Rubik's Cube world for storage, then turned around and walked out of the forest. Achunk! As soon as he came out of the forest, Yiye's happy voice immediately rang in his ears. Then he felt his body become heavier and his hands instinctively hug Yiye, who jumped into his arms. You must be anxious from waiting, Sei Ito said with a smile as he gently rubbed Yiye's back with his palm. No, Yiye replied. Let's go. I'll go back, Sei Ito said softly. Okay. Yiye nodded slightly, then straightened up and followed Sei Ito to the car that was waiting on the side. Congratulations, my king. You have gained a new authority, Erica Brandrai, who was waiting by the car, said respectfully to Sei Ito with a knight's salute. Thank you. Sei Ito smiled, then looked at Erica Brandy and asked, Erica, are you interested in becoming my knight? Erica Brandrai looked up at Sei Ito in surprise. I appreciate your talent, and I also think that you can help me in the future. That's why I want to keep you by my side. I don't know if you're willing, Sei Ito said with a gentle smile. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Can I think about it? Erica Brandrai lowered her head and respectfully requested. Of course. Sei Ito smiled. I'll stay in Italy for 3 more days. I hope I can get your answer before I leave. Okay. Erica Brandrai breathed a sigh of relief. Then Sei Ito and Erica Brandrai both put the topic aside and sat in the back seat with Yiye. The driver started the car and drove to Lucretia Sola's witch's house. However, because it was too late, the group chose a small hotel in the city and temporarily stayed there. The next day, they set off again for the witch's house. Congratulations, my dear king, Lucretia Sola, who saw Sei Ito again in the witch's house, chuckled. You should say the same to me. I'm powerful. Isn't it better to prove the correctness of your choice and the convenience you can get from it? Sei Ito retorted with a chuckle. Oh, my king, how can you make me sound so utilitarian? You know I'm a lover who might be pregnant with your child. I'll be sad if you say that. Lucretia Sola gently stroked her abdomen with one hand and revealed a motherly glow on her face. Although she didn't know Lucretia Sola's exact age, she was confident that she could handle it. But Erica Brandry, who knew that the other party was qualified to be her mother-in-law, immediately revealed a startled expression. Her gaze shifted between Ito Sei, Yiye, and Lucretia Sora with a strange expression. Erica, you have to be careful. This king is a perverted demon. You have to be careful of him reaching out to you. Lucretia Sola turned to look at Erica Brandrai and teased her. I know. Erica Brandrai replied with the corner of her mouth twitching slightly. At the same time, she began to consider whether she should reject Sei Ito's invitation, in case she really fell into the devil's hands. After all, no matter if it was the Black Cross or the Black Cross she belonged to, there was no need for her to sacrifice her body to please the Demon King. Are you trying to expel dissidents and stabilize your position in my harem? Sei Ito, who took Yiye's hand and sat down on the sofa, curled his lips and said, How can that be? As the mistress of the harem, Yiye didn't say anything. How can I dare? Lucretia Sola looked at Sei Ito, who was sitting next to Yiye with a smile on her face and quietly watching Sei Ito and Lucretia Sola play. Yiye smiled slightly and didn't answer. Forget it. Let's talk about something serious. Lucretia Sola shrugged and said lazily, It is said that Salvatore Doni has left to return to Italy. He will probably be able to stop Milan tomorrow morning. What? Erica Brandrai exclaimed with a look of surprise. That battle maniac? It seems that tomorrow is not going to be easy. I was planning to go to the beach tomorrow to relax. Sei Ito, who knew what kind of heretic Salvatore Doni was, said with a frown. What do you think will happen if I kill him in battle? Then, Saito looked up at Lucretia, Solus seriously, and asked. Erica. Brandry's face changed when she heard this, but she didn't speak. After all, although Saito invited her to be his knight, she was still a member of the Black Cross. However, before she made a decision, she was still a member of the Black Cross, and one of the members who were related to the leader of the Black Cross, Salbardoni. It was not appropriate for her to use her status to refute the will of the king, Ito say. Perhaps all the magic circles in Europe will be shaken. They will come to you in a panic and beg you to be their new leader or something. Lucretia Sola replied nonchalantly, as if it had nothing to do with her. It seems very interesting. Saito raised his hand and gently stroked his chin, muttering to himself thoughtfully. It's decided. If the battle goes well, I will kill him in battle. After 10 seconds, Saito, who had regained his focus, announced. In that case, I can only continue to pray for your good luck. Lucretia, Sola shrugged. Saito then looked at Lucretia, Sola, and said, Then, as my vassal and lover, can you help me pass on the knowledge of Noada's divine source to me in the fastest way? You have already begun to investigate the opponent's power information? What a battle-hungry king. Lucretia, Sola looked at Saito with interest and said, Well then, my dear king, let me help you. Then Lucretia, Sola got up from the bed and walked to Saito. She put her hands on both sides of Saito's neck and kissed him under the gaze of Yi and Erica Brandry. Yi's expression changed slightly when he saw this, but he immediately returned to normal and turned his head to the side. However, the sound of Saito and Lucretia Sola's lips intertwined was magnified 100 times and poured into Yi's ears. After a while, Lucretia Sola separated from Saito and said softly, King, you must be more intimate with my heart. I understand. Saito nodded and hugged Lucretia Sola's body tightly in his arms. He lowered his head and kissed Lucretia Sola's lips fiercely. He stuck out his tongue and moaned with her. During the entanglement, more and more liquid gathered in his mouth and was transported into Saito's mouth and swallowed by him. In an instant, a large amount of knowledge about Noada, the king of the pill slaves in Celtic mythology, poured into Saito's mind as if it was his original memory. By the way, because the God Slayer is resistant to spells, he can't be killed by magic from the outside, but magic effects can be applied from the inside. So that's how it is. Is a shortcut the king was talking about referring to teaching magic? Erica Brandry murmured softly as if she had thought of something. Although her voice was very soft, but at this time, Yi's hearing was magnified 10 times or even 10 times, so he could clearly hear it. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at the two people who were hugging and kissing each other. At the same time, the expression on his face unconsciously became bright and beautiful. How can we turn God's knowledge into the key to victory if we only obtain knowledge about God? Does King Ito have this kind of power in his hands? Erica Brandry thought to herself. While Erica Brandry and Yi were thinking about different things, Saito and Lucretia Sola ended the intense kiss that lasted several minutes. What a memorable kiss. Lucretia Sola said softly with a charming expression. Indeed. Saito nodded in agreement. My king, it's better to let go of me quickly. Otherwise, the mistress will be angry. Lucretia Sola turned her head slightly and smiled at Yi, whose face had turned slightly red because of her words. Seeing this, Saito also let go of Lucretia Sola's soft body, sat back on the sofa, and reached out to hold Yi's hand. Feeling the grip from his palm, Yi looked up at Saito and showed a simple smile, indicating that he was fine. Saito reached out and silently rubbed Yi's hair. Then Saito leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes, and sorted out the knowledge about Noada's divine source that was transmitted by Lucretia Sola in his mind. At the same time, he also took this opportunity to copy this knowledge into a book, put in the big library in the Rubik's Cube world, and recorded it with his own memory. When reading this knowledge, Ito felt the strong stirring of the Urislagna warrior power in his body. Chapter 973. Because there might be a battle the next day, Ito, Yi, and Erica, Brandrai didn't leave the witch's house for the whole day. They waited in the witch's house. During this period, Ito familiarized himself with the new authority he obtained from Urislagna. Just like in the original work, when the Kusakusho protector obtained his authority, every authority had its own limitations. For example, the incarnation of strong wind could only be used when the person close to him was in fatal danger. The incarnation of bull could only be used when he encountered an opponent within human wrist strength or strength. The incarnation of white horse needed the opponent to be a sinner who brought suffering to the people. The incarnation of camel needed to be damaged to a certain extent. The incarnation of wild boar needed a huge object as a target to activate, etc. It had the same restrictions as the incarnation of straw shaver. But even so, Idose had other ways to achieve an incarnation like the goat that needed the support of the people, using the support of the people in the Rubik's Cube world to achieve the conditions for activation. Even though it was cheating in this way, in the slightly relaxed and tense preparation, it was the second day in the blink of an eye. At this moment, a crisp and pleasant ringtone suddenly came from Erica, Brandrai's pocket. "Sorry, I have to take a call." Erica took out the phone and looked down at the caller information displayed on the LCD screen. Her expression changed slightly, and she looked up at Ito and apologized. Then, he turned around and walked out of Lucretia's Sorcerous, witch's home, to answer the call. After 3 or 4 minutes, Erica, Brandrai, returned to the room with a frown. "The content of that call should be related to me, right?" Ito looked up at Erica, Brandrai, and said softly, "Yes." "Erica," Brandrai admitted honestly, and then explained, "It's a companion of the association. The other party sent news that Salbat Leiching has arrived in Sardinia and is rushing to the witch's home." "Oh my, doesn't that mean my place is going to become a battlefield soon?" Lucretia Sola pretended to be surprised. "I'm afraid so," Erica Brandley replied. "Io Wong, this is my only safe haven, and I can't let it be destroyed because of your battle. So, my king, seeing that I am the mother of your child, please leave this place and go outside to fight. You don't want the child to have no safe haven in the future, do you?" Lucretia Sola's left hand gently stroked her abdomen, which was covered by her light black dress, and said with an aggrieved expression. Lucia Sola was speechless. Ito regretted saying that the magic potion was made from his sperm and that it had a 1 in 1,000 chance of making someone pregnant. Yi on the side saw this and couldn't help but chuckle. "Okay, I got it, I'll go out." Ito sighed helplessly. Then he got up from the sofa and said telepathically, "Just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll eat you up and make you my lover. I'm looking forward to it." Hearing the voice that came from the bottom of her heart, Lucretia Sola looked at Ito with a twinkle in her eyes and replied with a charming smile. In the world of the God Slayers, strange skills such as telepathy, flight, spirit vision, prophecy, and God's descent were the abilities of the Earth Mother, the descendants of the dragon snake bloodline, or the witch or witch. She had never heard of a man with such abilities. Therefore, Lucretia Sola was a little surprised and curious about the ability that Ito just used, which was obviously classified as telepathy. She was curious about Yi, who had strange eyes, and the God Slayer in front of her, who had already become a king, or what kind of bloodline they had. "Yi, let's go," Ito said to Yi, who also stood up. Yi nodded and followed Ito and Grand Knight Erica Blandry, who politely said goodbye to Lucretia Sola, out of the witch's house. They got on the red copper-black cross prepared vehicle and drove to the town where Salbar Doni was going to settle down. At the same time, Erica Blandry used the Red Copper Black Cross network to pass the news that Sei Ito from the east wanted to meet the European Alliance leader, Sal Bardoni, in the suburbs of a certain city, to Sal Bardoni's butler, Andrea Ribera, who also had the title of Grand Knight. Soon after, Sal Bardoni also sent back a message saying that he agreed to meet there. After agreeing on the location, the two sides began to speed up to the agreed place. About an hour later, Sei Ito's car arrived at the agreed place. It was a bay, surrounded by reefs. There was only a small part of the ground, and there was no one nearby. There was only a port filled with all kinds of ships at the farthest place within sight. Obviously, this place was specially chosen for the meeting of the two demon kings on the surface. "Thank you," Sei Ito said to Erica Blandry, who was still following him and Yi. "It is my honor to receive the king's praise." Erica Blandry immediately said respectfully. Then, the three of them didn't say anything. They just waited in place while enjoying the sea breeze and listening to the sound of the waves. Fortunately, Sei Ito didn't have to wait for long. After less than 10 minutes, a young man wearing faded jeans, a tight white vest, a yellowish-green short-sleeved shirt, and a small pendant on his neck, soft blonde short hair, a pair of round-framed sunglasses on his forehead, and a large dark blue bag on his right shoulder, walked in leisurely. "Greetings, Salbar Lei Ching." Seeing the person, Erica Blandry walked in front of Sei Ito and respectfully greeted him. "A long time no see. What's your name?" The man who Erica called Salbar Lei Ching said frivolously. "I'm Erica Blandry, a Grand Knight under the Black Cross of Copper." Erica Blandry, who already knew that Salbar was forgetful, introduced herself for the umpteenth time. "Haha, I see. Sorry, I can remember the names of people I've met more than 5 times. But I think you've only met me 2 or 3 times, right?" Salbar laughed cheerfully. "All right. What about the other king mentioned in the news? Is it the guy behind you?" Then, Salbar's gaze fell on Sei Ito. "Yes, Salbar Lei Ching," Erica Blandry replied. Then, she turned slightly and introduced to Salbar. "This is the king from the east, Sei Ito." "Oh, hello," Salbar frivolously greeted. "Seems like you came with the intention of fighting from the beginning. You didn't even bring your legendary butler." Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and said. Then, he turned around and put his hands on Yi and Erica Blandry's shoulders and said, "Then you guys should leave this place first. After all, if you fight with this guy, you might be affected at any time. Be careful," Yi said softly. "Good luck." Erica Blandry followed. Sei Ito smiled at the two of them. He activated hyperspace perception and teleported Yi and Erica Blandry to a city more than 10 kilometers away. "Is it okay that I saw your power?" Salbar tilted his head and looked at Sei Ito. "It's okay. I think the battle between us will probably start in the form of martial arts." Sei Ito turned around to face Salbar and shrugged. "Oh, are you also an expert in martial arts?" Salbar asked with interest. "Perhaps I'm not as good as the leader of the Five Mountains sect, but among the same race, I'm confident that I can beat others." "Of course, that includes you," Ito said confidently and matter-of-factly. "That's great. I was just worried that I couldn't find a suitable opponent to fight. Since that's the case, let's bet our lives on an intense battle," Salbaltrif said excitedly as he placed the sack on his shoulder on the ground. "As you wish." Sei Ito smiled. After receiving an affirmative answer, Salbar laughed heartily. He hurriedly pulled open the chain of the bag and took out a steel sword that could be bought from any weapon store. It was a replica of a certain Ming Dynasty steel sword. He held it in his hand. In an instant, the feeling that Salbar gave off changed. He changed from a lazy and frivolous young man to a sharp sword. Then, Salbar lowered his arm that was holding the sword and put on a relaxed posture. It was as if he was not alert at all. However, Ito Sei, who was also a martial arts expert, knew that Tharbither's stance was a natural stance that only a grandmaster who had reached a certain level of martial arts could have. It was a stance that had infinite changes and could be used to strike first before striking first. Seeing this, Ito Sei couldn't help but raise his mind and a dignified look appeared on his face, as expected of the king who is named after the sword. Your ability in swordsmanship has indeed reached the peak. Seito walked toward Salbar step by step and sighed. To be honest, in terms of swordsmanship, I'm not as good as you. This was indeed the truth. As someone who specialized in boxing and had only learned swordsmanship from Grandmaster Zhang Sanfeng in the heavenly world, in addition to diligently practicing his family's inherited swordsmanship, Ito-sei's realm in swordsmanship was much worse than that of boxing. He had not reached the realm of Salvatore at this time. If he really wanted to compete with him in swordsmanship, he believed that Salvatore's long sword would be knocked away in a few moves, and he would have to face his killing move directly. Chapter 974. P.S. Thank you to Waning Moon and Lone Maple for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX and Nickfinny for their tips. When Ito-sei was about 2 meters away from Salbar Doni, he stopped. At the same time, he mobilized his spiritual sensing ability and hypnosis ability, mixing them together to form a special hypnotic illusion ability, slowly releasing it. After quietly staring at Salbar Doni for about 10 seconds, Ito suddenly disappeared with a step and appeared in front of Salbar Doni, pushing his palm towards his chest. Salbar Doni took a step back and created some distance between them. The long sword in his hand moved diagonally from bottom to top. Ito-sei tilted his body slightly, and at the same time, he quickly raised his free left hand. He silently activated the bull authority in his heart to gain inhuman strength, and he swung his fist to meet the long sword that Salbar Doni was slashing at him. Clang! With a soft sound, the long sword was immediately sent flying by the powerful force. Aya, what a powerful force! Is this the effect of the ability? Salbar Doni raised his arm and pushed away Seito's palm. He stopped his sword and tried to stab at Seito again. Guess, Ito-sei said softly as he moved diagonally to avoid Salvador Doni's stab. He then approached Salvador Doni's side with his elbow aimed at Salvador Doni's face. Looks like it. We agreed that we were going to fight using martial arts, but he actually used his ability secretly. What a sly guy. Using his right foot as the center point, he rotated his body to dodge the elbow strike and move his long sword horizontally towards Ito-sei's back. It was as if Ito-sei had agreed to play a game with him. He complained like a comrade who cheated in the middle of the game. If that's the case, I'll use it too. As soon as Salbar Doni's voice fell, his body flashed with a silver-white light. At the same time, under the illumination of the silver-white light, a perfect body that seemed to be made of steel appeared in front of Seito's eyes. Not only that, even his clothes turned into steel under the influence of the silver-white light. This was the power that Sarbiters had obtained from killing the hero of Norse mythology, Siegfried, the Steel Shield, a power that allowed Sarbiters to possess a semi-immortal body. When used, his body would be as hard as steel, and his weight would also become as heavy as steel, making it difficult for him to fly away. Having a steel-like body was also very effective in combat. It was a super practical ability that combined both offense and defense. However, he also obtained a weakness that matched the characteristics of steel. He was afraid of volcanic magma, fire, and other things that could reach a temperature of 3,000 degrees Celsius. It was a temperature that could melt steel. Seito lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and stepped on the sun position as if he was floating. In an instant, he escaped from Salbar Doni's attack like a breeze. Then he stepped on the Jun and Jin positions and arrived behind Salbar Doni. He used the invasive force to control the monstrous strength derived from the bull ability. He hit Salbar Doni's back. Bang! After receiving such a heavy blow, even Salbar Doni, who had turned into a steel-like body, couldn't help but take a step forward. Then, Seito didn't stop and stepped on the Wu Wong position again. He instantly appeared beside Salbar Doni, who was instinctively swinging his sword forward. At the same time, He barely dodged Salbar Doni's attack with the supersensory ability at the cost of scratch. At the same time, he turned his body and threw out a penetrating punch. Your ability is so troublesome. Salbar Doni, who took a step back, looked at Sei Ito, who was bleeding from his arm, and said with a frown, "It comes and goes like a ghost. Even so, I still couldn't dodge your supersensory ability under the Wu-Wang state." Ito Sei, who reached out and pressed his hand on his arm, used the body-refining technique to heal the wound in an instant and said softly, "True martial 3 realms. I didn't expect you to have already reached the 2nd realm. Your talent in swordsmanship is truly terrifying." Sei Ito sighed as he put down his arm. The so-called true martial 3 realms were based on the 3 realms of true martial artists. The first was the Wu-Wang state. From fighting, one could understand life and death, be fearless, have no desires, anger, sadness, or joy. It was a transcendent state of mind. This realm was also recorded in the main world's martial arts system. However, from ancient times until now, there were very few grandmasters who had reached this realm. The second was the Wu-Wang state. Above the Wu-Wang state, one could reach the state of no thoughts in the mind. One's fists could be felt by the heart, and the moves were free and casual. It was completely natural. According to the familiar Jin Yong system, it was similar to the Wu-Wang state that Sword Demon Dugu Chiobai had once reached. This state was the realm that Salbar Doni currently possessed. It was also the realm that Takanaji Guangshin, who was in the late stages of Above the Heavens, and Takanaji Yashiro, who had become Tsukuyami's reincarnation, had reached. The last was the Wu-Wang state. All thoughts were extinguished, leaving only instincts. This state was somewhat similar to Buddhism's image of transcendence. It was a realm that could not be easily reached with the human body. The closest to this state was the one that Sei Ito had once used. It was also the Wu-Wang state that the original owner of Above the Heavens, Hornwind Soichiro, had reached when he became King Jiansuke's appointed man, which was also the Berserk Susanoo. What's the Wu-Wang state? Salbar Doni, who only knew that abandoned skills were still skills and didn't know what the Wu-Wang state was, asked in confusion. Nothing. Sei Ito shrugged. But why does my intuition tell me that this realm you speak of is very crucial to me? It's something that can allow me to reach a higher realm? Salbar Doni tilted his head and asked. Who knows? Sei Ito replied frivolously. From the looks of it, I can only force the answer out of you after defeating you, Salbar Doni said with a frown. Phew, it's finally done. At that moment, Sei Ito suddenly exhaled. For some reason, a feeling of extreme danger rose from the bottom of Salbar's heart. Second round, begin. Sei Ito smiled as he flashed his white teeth that shimmered under the sunlight. Then, without any explanation, he took another step forward and instantly disappeared from where he was and reappeared in front of Salbar Doni. A high kick came crashing down. In the Wu-Wang state, the longsword that naturally moved according to the enemy's movements immediately appeared under Sei Ito's feet, the tip of the sword pressing against his leg. But at that moment, Salbar Doni felt his vision blur. Another Sei Ito suddenly appeared above his head. At the same time, a pitch-black hole that was as wide as Sei Ito's feet suddenly appeared under his feet. A gush of crimson lava that could only be seen in active volcanoes gushed out from the hole and poured down on his head. This lava was produced by Sei Ito while he was talking to Salbar Doni. He had split his attention to control the Rubik's Cube in the Rubik's Cube world and the active volcanoes on the gem-eating continent. It was specifically used to break Salbar Doni's steel shield. This time, he had used the psychic illusion ability released before the battle to break through the God Slayer's resistance to the curse. He had created an illusion to achieve this attack. I swear that I will not allow anything that I can't cut to exist. And this sword is an invincible blade that can cut through everything on the ground. Looking at the lava that was pouring down, Yi Zichin sighed. Salbar Doni's expression changed as he chanted another of his powers, the word spirit. It was a very strange scene. Even though the speed at which the lava was falling was much faster than the speed at which Salbar Tony was speaking, the spirit of words was still being chanted before the lava. It was a strange feeling of time difference. It made one feel very strange just by looking at it. The moment Salbar Doni's voice fell, Salbar Doni's right hand once again emitted a silver-white radiance. At the same time, a silver steel that was different from the color of his steel shield wrapped around his wrist, forearm, and a long sword in his hand. It emitted a luster that only the purest silver could have. Seeing this, Sei Ito's expression changed slightly. He closed the entrance to the Rubik's Cube world and teleported away from Salbar Doni's head. Slash! The next moment, Salbar Doni swung his sword down. In an instant, a powerful curse power gushed out from Salbar Doni's sword and surged towards the lava that was about to fall on his head. It seemed to vaporize and cut the lava into nothingness. The remaining curse power continued to rush forward and cut the faint white clouds in the sky in half. Sword, shine with your radiance and release your flames. Then, after finishing his attack, Salbar Don chanted the spirit of his sword. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, a powerful explosion erupted at the place where Sei Ito and Salbar Doni met. It was as if there were dozens of high-yield missiles bombarding the place. The powerful shockwave spread out from Salbar Doni and rushed towards Sei Ito, who was not far away. Seeing this, Sei Ito hurriedly used telekinesis to create a barrier in front of him and blocked the shockwave. At this distance, I definitely won't miss. Salbar Doni turned around and looked at Sei Ito. Then, without hesitation, he slashed towards Sei Ito's defense. The sudden burst of powerful curse power formed an invisible giant blade and slashed towards Sei Ito. Sei Ito's figure flashed and escaped from Salbar Doni's slash at an extremely fast speed. I forgot that you still have that despicable power, Salbar Doni said softly. Then, Salbar Doni jumped and landed above Sei Ito with a speed that could catch up to a speeding car. Then, he slashed down with his sword again. As the target, Sei Ito once again used teleportation to dodge the attack. However, the ground he was originally standing on was split open by Salbar Doni's slash. It was 0.5 meter wide, 3 to 4 meters deep, and more than 10 meters long. It was connected to the shore, and seawater was pouring in from the side. As expected, the more naive a person is, the stronger their sense of transcendence. Sei Ito sighed softly as he stood in the water. Then, to prevent himself from dodging in such a sorry state, Sei Ito loudly chanted his spirit of words. With my spirit of words, let the justice of the world appear. This incantation is powerful and eloquent. It is the sword of wisdom that calls for victory. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light began to appear around him. Oh, spirit of words? He turned around and leisurely walked towards the shore, as if he was taking a stroll. Salbar Doni said with interest. Salvatore Doni, the silver-armed Nuada that you defeated was the king of the Danu gods worshipped by the ancient Celts. This god conveyed the attitude of the king of the ancient world to the modern existence. Sei Ito read aloud. In response, the light began to turn into golden light, balls the size of baseballs. They floated quietly around Sei Ito. At the same time, a huge golden scimitar with Damascus as its blueprint appeared in Sei Ito's palm. As the king of the Danu gods, Nuada was also a military god who held the Sword of Victory. At that time, he was not a silver arm. However, when he led his men to attack Ireland, he was injured in a battle with a local god and lost his right arm. In response to this spirit of words, the number of light balls began to increase. It quickly increased from a dozen to dozens until it exceeded 100. Nuada was forced to give up his throne because of that injury. So, the god of medicine created the silver arm for the one-armed former king. However, Nuada, who became a one-armed god, did not recover his throne. He was restored again after he had perfectly regenerated his arm. The number of light balls increased again, like falling golden stars, floating up and down around Sei Ito's body. The king must be a warrior. He must be strong and cannot be injured. This was a common principle in the ancient world. As long as Nuada was still a one-armed god, he would never be able to restore his throne. This is a sword. It is not a sword made of forged iron. It is a sword formed by inscribing the spirit of words. Ito, are you also a god slayer who can control swords? Interesting. Salbaret, Doni, who stopped by the coast, said with a smile as if he had met his desired opponent. Facing me, who used the sword of steel as a servant, you used the constructed spirit of words to fight against me. This is really interesting. Salbaret, Doni said excitedly. Now, let me see which side of the Campione style is better. At this time, the long sword in Salbaret, Doni's hand began to transform. It turned into a large magic sword that was 9 meters long and about 3,000 grams in weight. It slashed down at Sei Ito, who was wrapped in the golden light balls. The evil cannot suppress me, who shines with the glory of victory, Sei Ito declared loudly. Chapter 975. 1 flash, 2 flashes, 3 flashes, 4 flashes. The golden ball of light formed by the word of sword and the giant silver demonic sword crossed each other in an instant. Just as the demonic sword passed through the barrier of the golden ball of light and was about to land on Sei Ito's body, countless cracks appeared on the body of the silver demonic sword like a spider web. Then, with a crisp cracking sound, the demonic sword shattered in front of Sei Ito's eyes like a piece of glass. Although he had shattered Naada's silver greatsword that was manifested by his authority, Salbar Doni's right hand remained in its silver-white form as he held the material used to craft the greatsword, the decorative longsword that could be purchased from any weapon store. It didn't completely shatter. Sei Ito squinted his eyes as he thought to himself. One outstanding skill. Other than the gods, there shouldn't be more than 4 people on Earth who can fight against my sword. As one of the top swordsmen in this world, Salbar Doni praised, as expected of the word of sword. Isn't it great that it's so convenient? However, if I know what kind of weapon it is, I will also have the corresponding awareness. Salvador Doni continued with a smile. I won't allow anything that I can't shatter to exist. Then, Salbar Doni once again chanted the word of sword. As his words fell, his right hand that was still in its silver state once again released a dazzling white light. It extended and covered the ordinary sword in his hand. Your word of sword seems to be a weapon that can shatter my demonic sword. But I swear, I'll even shatter your word of sword for you to see. I'll give it my all, Salbar Doni declared. At the same time, this sentence also became the word of sword under the rules of this world. It was attached to his demonic sword. Furthermore, in order to strengthen the slashing power of the sword, Salbar Doni had also removed his steel blessing authority. Ito Sei, who clearly felt all of this, understood that in the next confrontation, Yulislagna's golden sword might not be able to easily achieve the same effect. So, transmigrators are always cheaters who don't play by the rules. Since I've already taken over the original protagonist's luck, then I'll copy his plan as well, Sei Ito thought to himself as he looked at Salvador Doni, who was already prepared. At this moment, Salbar Doni, who was prepared, leisurely walked towards Sei Ito like a tourist. However, his speed was incomparably fast. Almost every step he took would cover an exaggerated distance. Soon, he arrived in front of Sei Ito, using 100 to defeat 1,000 enemies, using 1,000 to defeat 10,000 enemies. Sei Ito, who believed that he would not lose his life under Salbar Doni's attacks, once again chanted the word of sword loudly. In an instant, the floating golden balls of light swarmed towards him. They formed a golden barrier in front of Salbar Doni. Salbar Doni also took out his demonic sword at the same time. The demonic sword clashed with the sword of sword, created by Sei Ito's word of sword. Very soon, it stopped when it was 30 centimeters away from Sei Ito's body. The silver light that enveloped the demonic sword, was like a light bulb connected by an unstable voltage, flickering erratically. It looked like it could be extinguished at any moment. After all, within the barrier formed by the golden spirit sword, the sealing effect of the opponent's authority was still present. Therefore, after countless clashes, Salbar Doni's authority was greatly weakened. Salbar Doni, who was still holding the demonic sword forward, and Sei Ito, who used the sword of sword to form a barrier to block the demonic sword, were in a stalemate. However, in terms of pure willpower and thoughts, Salbar Doni's was simpler and more condensed than Sei Ito's. The effect of his authority was also stronger. Therefore, in the stalemate, Salbar Doni's demonic sword started to move forward bit by bit. 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters, 3 centimeters. Then Sei Ito suddenly mobilized the scattered swords around him that did not form a barrier and gathered them around him. He took the initiative to absorb them into his body and piled them up in front of his chest. A layer of dazzling golden light bloomed on Sei Ito's chest. Then, Sei Ito's mind moved and removed the sword of sword barrier in front of him and Salbar Doni. At the same time, Salbar Doni, who had obtained a breakthrough in his attack, immediately threw out the demon's sword. It left a long and thin wound from the right shoulder to the left waist on Ito Sei's body, who had been transferred to a vital point in a microsecond. Puh! A large amount of blood gushed out from Sei Ito's chest. However, as the blood gushed out, Salbar Doni's silver arm immediately scattered like light particles, returning Salbar Doni's right hand to its original flesh color. Ha 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 ha. So that's how it is. You still want to use this move? Seeing the changes on his arm and sword, Salbar Doni's shoulders trembled as he laughed. So that's how it is. If I want to cut your body and you place your sword there, then it won't be hard for you to block my demonic sword. However, you just need to be prepared to be cut down. With blood gushing out of his chest, Ito Sei first smiled at Salbar Doni before using instant transmission to suddenly appear behind him. Then he used his hand blade technique to stab into Salbar Doni's body from the back. Puh! A clear muffled sound rang in Sei Ito's and Salbar Doni's ears. The Godslayer was indeed a monster that was on par with God. Even at such a close distance, Salbar Doni still managed to dodge the attack to his heart. Then he turned his wrist and held his sword in a reverse grip. Ignoring his own body, he stabbed towards Sei Ito's abdomen. Sei Ito's body trembled slightly as he avoided the attack. Then, he tightened his muscles to block Salbar Doni's next move. At the same time, he used his hand that was still inside Salbar Doni's body to release a decomposition technique to disintegrate Salbar Doni's body. Crackle! The clear sound of thunder continued for more than 10 seconds. The two of them stood in the same position for more than 10 seconds. I didn't think that my life would end like this. Salbar Doni's eyes gradually lost the light of life as he looked up at the sky and said softly, "I wish you a good dream," Sei Ito said. Ha ha ha. Salbaret Tony laughed out loud. Even at the last moment, he still maintained the demeanor that only a true king could display. Puh! Sei Ito pulled his hand out of Salbar Doni's body. Then he grabbed the sword and pulled it out of his body. The moment the sword was pulled out, a large amount of blood gushed out from Sei Ito's body. Sei Ito didn't hesitate. He immediately inserted his hands into his abdomen and activated the biological refinement technique to quickly heal his injuries. In the next 2 to 3 days, I'll have to nourish my body, Sei Ito muttered to himself as he pulled his hands out of his abdomen. Then, he took out his phone and called Erica Brandry. King Ito. Erica Brandry's voice sounded from the phone. Inform Salbar's butler. Tell him that Europe's leader, the King of Swords, has returned to heaven, Sei Ito said softly. Although she had expected this when she received Sei Ito's call, she was still stunned when she heard it with her own ears. She couldn't say a word for a long time. Sei Ito understood and didn't rush her. He quietly waited for her to come back to her senses. I understand. I'll contact Andre right away. King Ito, please allow me to take back Salbar's body and send it to your throne, Erica Brandry said in a heavy tone. Yes, she couldn't help but feel heavy. Although Salbardoni was often unreliable, he was indeed fulfilling his responsibility to protect Europe from being ravaged by the god of disobedience. Now that he died in the hands of Sei Ito, the future of Europe's security was once again placed on the desk of all European magic associations. What should they do? In addition, Erica Brandry's answer to Sei Ito's invitation suddenly became more important. Yes. Also, out of respect for him, I will treat his body as soon as possible to ensure that it won't decay within a month. Ito Sei turned to look at Salvador Doni's corpse, which was already standing with its head held high. Thank you for your tolerance and generosity, King Ito, Erica Brandry said. Then, the two cut off the call and began to busy themselves with their own matters. Seito put away his phone and walked to Salbardoni's front. It seems that killing a godslayer doesn't give you omnipotence, he said softly. But thinking about it, if the godslayers could obtain authority by killing each other, wouldn't the old Marquis be looking for godslayers all over the world to kill? Would there be a need for a grand ritual to summon the god of disobedience? Even if there wasn't such a reason, Pandora wouldn't be happy about the godslayers killing each other. Naturally, they wouldn't obtain her authority. After that, Ito-sei took a few more glances at Salbardoni's corpse and began to use the Maoshan corpse preservation technique on Salbardoni's corpse to prevent corrosion. Chapter 976. Not long after Seito used the Maoshan corpse preservation technique to treat Salbardoni's corpse, Erica, Brandry, Yi, and many other magicians appeared at the scene of the battle. They split into two groups and came to say Ito and Salbardoni. King Ito. Erica, Brandry bowed respectfully. Ah-chung, are you okay? Compared to Erica's formality, Yi, who saw Sei Ito covered in blood, quickly asked with concern. Sei Ito first nodded to Erica, then turned to Yi and comforted him with a smile. I'm fine. The injury has been treated. I just need to rest for 2 or 3 days to replenish my blood. I only need to recuperate for 2 or 3 days to replenish my blood. The vitality of the Godslayer is like a monster. Erica heard this and muttered in her mind. If that's the case, King Ito, please let me send you back to the witch's home to rest. Then, Erica bowed politely and requested. Okay. Seito turned his head and looked at Salbardoni's corpse that was placed in a coffin by the magicians. He nodded and agreed. Then, he and Yi followed Erica, Brandry, and left the scene of the battle. They sat in a car that was parked in a better area and were driven to the witch's home by the driver. More than an hour later, Seito, Yi, and Erica, who stayed behind for some reason, returned to the witch's home. Did you really give Terminus to the King of Swords? Lucretia Sola asked with a shocked expression. Thanks for your teaching. Otherwise, I don't know how troublesome it would be to fight with that guy with a strong sense of transcendence. After washing up, Seito, who had changed into a clean set of clothes, smiled. Aya, I don't have any peaceful days now. Lucretia Sola raised her hand to cover her forehead and complained bitterly. Just bear with it for a while. Wait for me to gather the right knights. Seito smiled as he glanced at Erica. Yeah, now, you're most likely to be elected as the King of Europe by those panicked magic societies. I believe that there will be young and beautiful female knights by your side soon. I just hope that by then, I will still have a place in Wang Ning's heart. Lucretia, Sola said softly, and looked at Seito with an affectionate and sad look on her face. Then you have to work hard. Just being able to give birth to children is not enough. Seito looked at Lucretia Sola with a weird smile and teased her. Then, what do you want me to do, King? Lucretia Sola asked with a charming look. You have to think about it yourself. If I say it directly, it will be boring. Seito reached out and wrapped his arms around Ye's waist, gently kissing her waist. Now, since we have time in the next few days, let's go to the beach. Let's go to the beach. Seito suggested. Okay, I haven't been to the beach in a long time. Lucretia Sola nodded and agreed with a smile. Yi naturally had no reason to object to this suggestion. So she also agreed. Then, Seito's stay in Italy was also included. Erica Brandrei, who decided to temporarily follow for various reasons, also did not object. The four of them voted unanimously to decide the next 2 days' itinerary. Then, the four of them began to prepare the things they wanted to bring, and then set off together 2 hours later to the coastal area of the west coast of Sardinia. Dear Wang, could you please help me apply sunscreen? On the white beach under the sun was shining. Lucretia Sola, who was wearing a sexy black bikini, was lying on a large blanket that was enough for 2 people. She stretched out her arms to support her body. She looked at Ito Sei, who was wearing a pair of beach shorts and a bare upper body, and called out, "Of course." Seito agreed with a smile. Then he turned around and walked to Lucretia Sola, sat down cross-legged, and took the sunscreen she handed over. "Do you want to touch my whole body?" Seito asked as he squeezed the sunscreen into his palm and rubbed his palms together. "Then I'll have to trouble you, my dear king." Lucretia Sola rested her head on the back of her hand and looked at Seito with a charming smile. Seito, who got permission, smiled and reached out to pull open Lucretia Sola's bikini straps in the shape of a bow and let them fall to the ground. Then, starting from Lucretia Sola's shoulders, he began to gently apply the sunscreen on her back. King's technique is very skillful. Lucretia Sola, who closed her eyes and enjoyed it, said softly, "Well," Seito, who didn't know how to answer, could only use meaningless words to change the topic. "Do you really have the heart to take over Salvador's position? Become the common ruler of Europe?" Lucretia Sola, who smiled slightly and skipped the topic, asked again, "Since there is such an opportunity, why not?" Seito asked with a smile. "Then, have you thought about how to rule?" Lucretia Sola asked again. "To be honest, I don't care too much about the so-called rule, so it's completely fine to continue using Salvador's governance model." His hands gently slid down from Lucretia Sola's back and rubbed the soft outer hemisphere that was squeezed by Lucretia Sola's body. Maintain absolute neutrality, and then establish connections with the various societies through those who are willing to cooperate? Lucretia Sola asked. "Yes," Seito replied. "But you should have a request, right?" Lucretia Sola opened one of her eyes slightly and looked at Seito, who was applying sunscreen on her back. "Otherwise, you wouldn't have taken the initiative to ask me for information and challenge the almost impossible miracle of becoming a god slayer. Can you tell me about that kind of goal?" "Of course, you are my lover, mother of my future child, and my important witch," Seito said with a strange smile. "It's really an honor to be valued by you." Lucretia Sola, who closed her eyes again, exclaimed with a smile. After applying the sunscreen to her back and sides, Seito grabbed one of Lucretia Sola's arms and continued to apply the sunscreen. "Actually, what I value is the identity of a god slayer, ruling over the demon king, Rakshasa, and fallen angels on earth. As long as I have this identity, my goal is basically easy to achieve." Lucretia Sola opened her eyes again and looked at Seito, who was rubbing her arm with his head lowered. "I need to get the magic books from the magic societies," Seito said softly. "Of course, it's fine even if it's not the original book. As long as it's a book that can let people learn the magic in the book, it's fine. Similarly, if it's the original book, it's naturally the best. You're basically digging up the foundation of all the magic societies. It's not that easy to achieve, even if you have the identity of a king," Lucretia Sola said softly with a slightly serious expression. "If you don't agree, then I'll go on a crusade. I'll exterminate the disobedient and forcefully take what I want from their corpses. When the time comes, there will be people who will take the initiative to give me what I'm after," Seito said calmly. "Your personality really is a demon king." Lucretia Sola sighed softly after looking at Seito for 2 to 3 seconds. "You've already boarded the pirate ship. There's no way out," Seito said with a chuckle. Lucretia Sola smiled and said, "That might be interesting. You can be a demon king's witch and do evil with him." Then Lucretia Sola stopped talking and quietly enjoyed Saito's work. "So, I'll leave the rest of the wrangling to you, my dear lover," Saito said with a smile. 10 minutes later, Saito stood up after applying sunscreen for Lucretia Sola. He walked to Yi, who was wearing a white bikini and resting on the beach chair, and lay down on the empty bench next to her. "Where's Erica?" Saito asked. "She seems to have something to do." "She left temporarily," Yi replied. Not long after, Erica Brandrai reappeared on the beach in a sexy red and black bikini. After greeting Saito, she returned to the beach chair on the other side of Yi and leaned against the back of the chair as she sipped on her juice. Just like that, Saito, Yi, Lucretia Sola, and Erica Brandrai, who seemed to be a full-time caregiver, spent 2 days quietly on this deserted beach. "Then, Yi and I will leave for now," Saito said to Lucretia Sola in the morning. "Have a nice trip," Lucretia Sola said with a smile. "Goodbye." Yi said goodbye. Then Saito and Yi got into the car prepared by Erica Brandrai and went to the nearby airport. From there, they took a flight back to Milan and then took an international flight to Tokyo, Japan. "Hey, Erica, what's your decision? Do you want to accept my invitation to become a knight?" On the way, Saito asked Erica Brandrai, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. "Yes, I've thought about it," Erica replied with a serious expression. "What's your answer?" Saito asked with a smile as he looked at Erica, who had turned her head. "I'm willing to accept Wang Ning's invitation to become her knight. I'll turn my body, my heart, and a sword in my hand into your sword to eliminate all enemies. I'll sweep away all obstacles in front of Wang Ning," Erica Brandrai replied with a serious and solemn expression. This was the final result after 3 days of careful consideration and discussion with his uncle, the commander of the Copper and Black Cross, Paul Brandrai. It was an answer with a certain degree of sacrifice. Chapter 977. P.S. Thank you to Sky Angel and Nickfany for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX for your tip. In that case, I accept your loyalty, Knight Erica. Saito nodded slightly and replied. Then he smiled and continued with a gentle expression. "Since you are one of us, I will allow you to call me by my name, Saito, instead of calling me King. Thank you for your generosity, King. However, as a subject, it is not proper for us knights to call you by your name. Please forgive me for not agreeing." Erica Brandrai replied in a very reserved manner. Of course, this could also be a strategy to avoid falling into Saito's evil clutches. "According to the rumors, I don't remember you being such a reserved person. Why is that?" Saito looked at Erica with a calm expression. "Since it is a rumor, there must be something wrong with it. I believe that with Wang Ning's wisdom, he will be able to find the truth from the falsehood," Erica replied respectfully. "This flattery," Saito chuckled. Then he nodded slightly and said, "Since you don't like it, then forget it. You can call me whatever you want." Erica didn't need to continue the conversation, so she just lowered her head in silence. Just as Erica was about to sit back down, Saito suddenly spoke again. "By the way, later on, contact Andre Salbaret Doni's butler. Tell him that it is my request to hand over the Book of David's Merit that is in his hands." Hearing Saito's request, Erica's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly replied respectfully, "Yes." The Book of David's Merit was a magic book written based on the story of Joshua leading the Israelites to attack the city of Jericho in the Bible. It contained a secret spell called Divine Annihilation Privilege that could harm even the existence of gods. It was a powerful spell that could only be learned when a knight became a paladin. In the entire world of the God Slayer, only Salvator's master, Paladin Saint Raphael, the commander-in-chief of the Copper Black Cross, Paul Brandrai, and the deputy commander-in-chief of the royal factory established by Black Prince Alexander Gascoigne, Iceman. Other than them, there was also Erica Brandrai, who had mastered part of the spell by chance when she inherited the magic sword ritual a few years ago, and Liliana Cranachil, a female knight of the Bronze Black Cross of the same age, learned it. He had never forgotten the contents of the book. Now, he heard the name of the book from Seito, and was assigned to ask for it. Erica's heart couldn't help but feel a little excited. After all, there was a blank time between asking for it and handing it to the king. If she did it well, she could also profit from it, and she would completely surpass her opponent, Liliana, and become the #1 Grand Knight in Europe. I allow you to browse through the book and write down what you need before you give it to me. Consider it a reward for your loyalty. Just when Erica was calculating in her mind, Seito's flat voice sounded in her ears. Although Seito's voice was flat, it was like a thunder to Erica, who had a guilty conscience, and her heart was beating violently. Thank you, my king. But Erica was no ordinary person, even though her heart was pounding. Even though her heart was beating fast, she still replied respectfully without showing any expression. It seems that this is a smart king who pays attention to details. Erica added a new label to Seito's perverted personality. After this, you will go to the witch's house and meet with Lucretia. Help her deal with the matters related to the Magic Association in Europe, Seito said as he gently squeezed Ye's hand with his right hand. Yes, Erica replied. At this point, the serious business was finished, and the car returned to silence. Only the roar of the car engine echoed softly. After half a day, Seito and the others arrived at the international airport in downtown Milan. Then, they took the tickets that Erica had bought with the help of Red Cross and boarded the flight with Erica respectfully. The plane flew to Tokyo, Japan. After we go back, we'll buy a big house and live there as a family. On the plane, Seito said to Yi with a smile. Okay, Yi replied with a happy face. 13 to 14 hours later, the plane safely arrived at Narita International Airport. With the existence of the Rubik's Cube world, without any baggage, Seito and Yi got off the plane under the guidance of the stewardess and left the airport. They took a taxi that was waiting outside the airport and went straight to the door of the largest real estate agency in Tokyo. After paying the fare, they got off the car and walked into the real estate agency. Under the enthusiastic introduction of the real estate agent, they looked at the houses. Because their purpose was very clear, it took less than 20 minutes. Seito and Yi found a house that looked satisfactory on the picture. Then, the real estate agent led them to look at the house. After they were satisfied, they paid the money on the spot and took the house as their own. Of course, the money used to buy the house was completely from Seito's electromagnetic control ability. It was from the bad debts of the Bank of Japan. Let's start cleaning up the house. After going through the handover procedures with the real estate agent, Seito took the house property rights certificate and other relevant documents and sent the real estate agent away. He summoned Mayo and Yuan from the Rubik's Cube world and said loudly to them and Yi, "What's wrong with him?" Zhenyi asked his younger sister, Yi, who didn't know what was happening. "Sister, don't say that. Ah-Chung just bought this house as our home in this world. Now he wants to clean it up so that we can move in." Yi, who was used to her sister's sarcastic remarks about Seito, explained with a smile. Oh, Mayo nodded and didn't say anything else. She followed Yi, who began to clean up the room. Whether it was Seito, Yi, Mayo, or Yuan, the four of them were not ordinary people. The speed at which they cleaned up the room was very fast. In less than an hour, the layout of the room was unified and all the furniture produced in the Rubik's Cube world had been replaced. Hee, everyone is dirty. At this time, Seito said to Yi, Mayo, and Yuan with a smile. Your smile is as sly as a ghost. At first glance, you don't have good intentions. Mayo curled her lips and said, Just say it. See how I deal with you later. Seito squinted at Mayo and said. Then, without waiting for her to refute, he continued, Let's take a bath together. I just put in a lot of effort to renovate the bathroom. It'll definitely make us feel good. Okay. Yi agreed with a smile. Yi, you spoil him too much. Mayo, who was in a bad mood, said with dissatisfaction. Take a bath, take a bath. Yuan muttered as if it had nothing to do with her. Just like that. With 3 votes in favor and 1 against, the 4 of them walked into the large bathroom that Sei Ito had specially expanded with alchemy. It looked like a bathhouse from the Roman era. They took off their clothes and fooled around in the warm bath water. It's done. That evening, in the new house, Sei Ito, who was sitting on the sofa, said with a long sigh. Then, he handed the weapons that had been modified with runes made from runes back to Yuan. These are for you and Yi. After Yuan took the 2 short swords and a long sword and hid them in her white dress with a special method, Sei Ito took out 2 katanas that were 10 centimeters longer than ordinary Japanese katanas and were also made with runes made from runes. He handed them to Mayo and Yi. Sei Ito, who got up from the sofa, glanced at Yi, Mayo, and Yuan one by one and asked, "Are you ready?" The 3 of them nodded silently, indicating that they were ready. That's good. Let's go, Sei Ito announced, then turned around and walked toward the door. Behind him, Yi, Mayo, and Yuan immediately followed. After leaving the new house, Sei Ito summoned a new Rubik's Cube car in front of him. He opened the door and sat in the driver's seat. He turned on the engine and drove away from the door of the new house at high speed with Yi, who was sitting in the front passenger seat and in the back seat. The car was very fast. It reached a speed of more than 120 kilometers per hour, making the black car with no headlights on look like a ghost in the dark night, shuttling quickly between the cars. After more than 40 minutes, the car arrived at Seiha Terrace in Yokohama City and stopped not far from an old public library that was still in operation in a quiet corner of Seiha Terrace. This library, which seemed to be nothing special on the surface, was secretly under the banner of a secret Japanese organization, the Official History Compilation Committee. It was a depository used to store special items, witchcraft books, and other items of unknown significance seized from illegal people all over the country. In order to prevent these items from flowing out and causing chaos again, the library was not only set up with a large number of powerful barriers, but also had several staff members. There were also a large number of committee members stationed inside. It was a powerful fortress with formidable combat power. Of course, this was only effective against ordinary magicians or intruders. It was ineffective against the God Slayers. Later, I will first destroy the barrier in the library. Then, you will attack with me. But for the sake of the future, try not to kill people when you attack. Of course, if you can't stop, it's okay to kill them, Sei Ito said softly to Yi and the other 2 as he turned off the engine. Got it, Mayo replied with a slight frown. After Yi and Yuan nodded to show that they understood, Sei Ito opened the door and got out of the car first. Then Yi, Mayo, and Yuan got out of the car one after another and followed Sei Ito to the library. In less than a minute, the 4 of them arrived in front of the library's main entrance. Sei Ito did not waste any time. He immediately raised his hand and activated the Sky God authority he had obtained from Mercado, summoning a powerful thunderbolt to strike the library's barrier. Boom! Kacha! Crackle! Almost in an instant, along with a violent explosion, the library's barrier shattered like glass and fell to the ground. Who's there? 2 guards closest to the entrance rushed to the door and questioned Sei Ito and the other 3 loudly. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly rushed out from Sei Ito's side and arrived in front of the 2 guards. Then, as their pupils shrank, a young girl in a white strapless dress used the hilt of a metal dagger as long as her forearm to press against her dovetail acupoint. Just like that, she knelt on the ground with her eyes wide open. What the hell? I thought you were some kind of expert. Yuan, who had taken care of the guards, muttered softly. Well, most of the guards here are onmyojis and conjurers, with a small number of ninjas. There are very few samurai who only have 1 disciple. Even if you meet one, as long as they're not at the normal level, they probably won't be your match. After all, this isn't a pure martial arts organization like the Imperial Lineage Academy, Sei Ito said with a chuckle as he slowly walked up the stairs. On my Ojis? Yuan smacked her lips and muttered, If I remember correctly, it's a profession created by the doting family. Seito chuckled and did not explain. Moreover, he believed that Yuan could tell the difference between onmyoges from two different worlds. He directly led Yi and Mayo into the library's interior. After some time, the library's guards had gathered at the entrance and formed a formation in front of Seito and the others. "Who are you people?" A middle-aged man with a katana in his hand shouted loudly. "Let's go." Seito ignored the man's question and turned his head to Yi, Mayo, and Yuan beside him. The three nodded slightly and used their shrinking techniques to rush in front of the human wall. They used their scabbards and hilts to attack the guards blocking them. According to the levels in the world of the Godslayer, whether it was Yi, Mayo, or the seemingly young Yuan, they were all experts who had reached the level of a Grand Knight. In fact, in terms of pure martial arts, they were even higher than a Grand Knight. They were similar to the disciple of the Five Sacred Mountains sect in China, Lu Yinghua, who was also known as the Qilin Sun. They were not people the guards in the library could fight head-on against. Therefore, in less than 10 seconds of fighting, more than 10 combatants had fainted and lost their ability to fight. However, since they were members of the official History Compilation Committee, their combat methods were definitely not limited to martial arts. They also had other special techniques, such as onmyoges, concealment techniques, and so on. However, even if they used these techniques, they would be destroyed by Mayo's special spiritual technique, the Tenzo Dragon Gate, which was similar to the Godslayer's world's special spiritual technique. Otherwise, they would be destroyed by the weapons in the hands of Mayo, Yi, and Yuan, which had been specially engraved with runes by Seito. Then, they would enter the range of close combat again and be beaten to the ground. Seito smiled when he saw that the three of them were in good condition. He casually walked through the gap created by Yi and the others and walked into the library. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.